Let me switch this up. All right. Hold on a second. Let me get everything situated over here. All right. I had to pull up my green deck. So what's up, fight fans? How you guys doing out there? Welcome to another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I am always your host, Edwin, and where do all fights start?
Round one.
That's where they start, but typically it's not where they end up. Well, not unless you stopping everybody in round one. You know what I mean? So we have an amazing show here. I want to talk a lot about these fights that are coming up right now. And let me know that you can hear me loud and clear. It seems like when I go on the other channels and I'm too close to the mic, they say it's too loud. And I get on mine and it sounds like I'm far away. So let me know if this works right here, if you can hear me loud and clear. So without further ado, everybody stick around. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I join you to join us here at Round One Sports TV, where we discuss the latest boxing matches, and I made a safe environment where we can all come on and share our opinions. So don't be shy. Come up, let the world know what you think. So here at Round One Sports Talk, let's get this episode started. Pour myself a little mate there. You know, this tea, man, right? When I get away from drinking it and stuff, I can tell the difference right away when I drink it again. Like the energy surge it kind of gives you. And it rushes, especially on an empty stomach like I am. Like I've been trying to cut this weight down like dramatically. I haven't even ate like nothing really since like last night and everything. Because we're getting closer to the fight, and I gotta start cutting down on this weight a little. Cause my weight is fluctuating, bro. It's not, yo, it's not like it used to be when I was younger, man. I gotta tell you, yo, I want to lose 10 pounds when I was younger. I would fucking miss a meal and fart. Boop, 10 pounds gone. If I wanted to gain 10 pounds, all I had to do was go on a seafood diet. Seafood and I eat it. That's it. 10 pounds. Gain right away. You know what I mean? Salute, everybody. How you guys doing? What's he saying here? So why is Canelo looking light on? Why is he looking light approaching this fight like Gamboa? We gonna watch a 168 Gamboa Bud fight. That's why predictions, but already uh typically if you're the heavier guy, right? The heavier guy. What hurts a lot of these guys that when they face guys that are coming up, the real skilled ones that are coming up, that got big pop and that was cutting a lot of weight and that can come up. Hence, Edgar Berlanga versus Shari that just occurred. Hamza Shari came up in weight, but when they met in the fight, he looked like to be the bigger man, right? Okay. He was a lot faster than Edgar Berlanga because the guys at the later weight division is a lot faster. When Evander Holyfield came in from cruiserweight, when Usyk came from cruiserweight to the heavyweight division, that's how they outsmarted a lot of those big heavyweights early. They were too fast for them. They was moving, you know what I'm saying? Too fast for them heavyweights. Them heavyweights weren't used to seeing heavyweights fight like that in front of them. He shocked Anthony Joshua. The second time he just outbeat him because Anthony Joshua had a good feel for what Usyk was, but that's another story. But that's what happens. So I think Alvarez here really wants to come in the lightest, not the heaviest, like when he fought a bigger 168 pounder like in Edgar Berlanga. Edgar Berlanga topped the scales at almost 200 pounds, I heard on fight night. So Saul had to pack it on the bigger side. Well, I think what Saul is preparing for is a lighter, more quicker version of Saul Canelo Alvarez coming into the Terence Crawford fight. And I think that's strategy wise, it makes sense. It makes sense. Do you really think, anybody out there, do you really think that Terence Crawford is going to come into that fight on 168, blow up, rip up, and he's going to be able to blow up after weigh-in? He's going to be able to put on 16 pounds. I fucking doubt that. And if he does, he's going to be sluggish, slow, and that's going to be to his disadvantage. So Terence Crawford, when I look, I believe this. He's going to try to be the strongest version of a 168 pounder, but make no mistake, one of the quickest. And I think that's his key to victory against Saul. I don't see him hurting Saul. I'm sorry. Who the fuck is hurt Saul Canelo Alvarez? I'll wait. Miguel Cotto, listen, his brother, like, come on. No one has put Saul's chin on stanky legs, man. No. Maybe bombarded him with a barrage of punches. Maybe him being off balance is the closest I've ever seen anyone. And I saw him get cracked. Yo, Miguel Cotto, the Miguel Cotto that fought Floyd, and that Puerto Rican dude, my man can crack, bro. Triple G can crack, bro. Just Demetrius Bivol, he can crack. He's a big dude. And then you see what he did to Argentinian Saul at a much bigger weight than even this. So what are we expecting here, people? Come on, guys. Like, really? You know what I mean? Well, I think what's going on with the Naoya Inoue situation right now, my man, right? Pinto, listen, I think right now it's because of the contract that Top Rank lost with ESPN. We're not getting at least the kind of coverage that ESPN and Top Rank was providing for Naoya Inoue. Right now, they're saying that if you want to watch the Naoya Inoue fight, the Zone is being reported to be covering it for the UK. I think that might be the closest we'll get. And Lehman, how do you say that? Pronounce them? They're filming it for Japan, but I don't live in Japan and I don't live in the UK. Then it's saying underneath, check your local streaming service. Like, it's not gonna be a pay-per-view fight, so it's gonna be a free fight. So it's basically looking it up. Now, I think the Zone, I'm under the assumption that the Zone is gonna the ones that are gonna, maybe they might shoot it up on Amazon Prime. I don't know. But we got to start figuring this shit out, or where to get this fight at. He is trying to get some bounce in his step with the weight cut. To be more, that way he could stay with Terence Crawford a little bit better. What hurt Saul Canelo Alvarez in the Floyd Mayweather fight? He couldn't keep up with Floyd. He was too flat-footed. He thought he was going to sit down and bang out with Floyd and shock Floyd, right? So when it goes to, can these fighters take Saul Canelo Alvarez's punching power, and can Terence Crawford take his punching power? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Unless he catches you flush, like Berlanga, like Jaime Munguia, like Caleb Plant, like Durrell, listen, look. What I think when like Durrell, when Caleb Plant called Durrell, that was sweet, right? That was just a flush punch, bro. If you get hit with a shot like that, the way Caleb Plant knocked out Anthony Durrell, I don't think um, Terrence Crawford's going to survive that. I don't think he can survive that shot that Saul hit Berlanga with. Remember when he timed Berlanga? Berlanga was coming out of the high guard, and he caught him in transition. Boom! And he sat him down. Yo, I think if he hits, Diablo, if he hits Terrence with that, and so the reason why, and this is a good point, we believe that now we're looking at this and saying, I think Saul's going to try to be light on his feet. That hurt him in the Floyd fight. The ability not to keep up with Floyd. He just thought he was going to Floyd was going to stand there. He's going to trade punches with him. Yeah, right. Floyd beat the shit out of him. Yeah. What's up? Low Nose Boxing. How you doing? What's that say? What's his name? Big Time what? Grid. Oh, what's up? Round one. Salute. How you doing, brother? Salute. I got Canelo. What did he got? Cashnello. I got Cashnello. Eighth round knockout. Great prediction. Great prediction. A lot of the pros, a lot of the top guys in sport are saying that Terrence Crawford will get stopped late. That's the consensus among like boxing circles. There are a lot of boxing guys out of respect won't come out and say who they have. Some are bold, arrogant, and some are just honest and they don't, they know the sport. We got to pick a winner, you know what I'm saying? But some guys really don't talk. But when you turn off those phones and you turn off them cameras, the conversation you have with some of these coaches and fighters are totally different. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. And I've talked to guys that will not come out publicly and say this, but they've told me this. Terrence is getting stopped late. That's what they believe. And the majority believe that. And I talked to some world champions. I'm not gonna, be an asshole and say, yo, I talked to this one specifically and shit. No. We had conversations, and I would always want him to know that our conversations stay our conversations. But he is a former world champion. And the way he described it to me, he said, Edwin, I said, what? He said, listen, I think Canelo's going to stop Terrence late. He said 9, 10, 11, right around there. The punches is going to start to accumulate. He's going to start, Terrence is going to feel those shots that he's putting on his shoulders, his arms, and Terrence's arms and shoulders by like round 9 and 10, he's going to get a little bit more flimsy with the guard. Those that it happens to all of us, the best boxers. When you start to get in trouble, you got to divert powers to the main engines. You're switching off alternative freaking switch because you don't want to use extra energy. Holding your hands up like this takes energy. Putting them down relaxes you. Then you start trying to bounce off your feet to because you're taking away from one for the other. It happens to us. So an accumulation of that's when a lot of these guys that I talk to say that that's when Saul's gonna go for it. He's gonna go after Terrence because Saul knows this is it. This is it right here. Okay. Now I'm gonna speak freely here at Round One Sports Talk. I have no hair on my tongue. You guys know I don't really have a favorite fighter. Although I do. Terrence is my favorite American fighter, and Naoya Inoue is my favorite Japanese fighter, right? And Saul's my favorite Mexican fighter too. So I got a couple favorite fighters, right? But in the light of competition, when I speak, I'm not a Saul fan speaking. I'm not speaking as a Terrence Crawford fan. No, I'm not trying to convince you, and I don't want to persuade anyone. I want you to stay and support your guy. That's my best advice to you. Okay? What I want to do is bring points about this fight, and I want to hear what you guys got to say. I want to see if you guys agree with some of these things, or why don't you agree? We're going to put it on the table, right? Because what's fair is fair. Okay? And let's talk about American Mexico boxing. That's fucking boxing right there, ain't it? That's boxing. Whenever you're talking about America coming up against who? The Mexicans? When's the fight? When's the fight? That's boxing. Okay? That's rich boxing history. The UKs want to be on the Mexican level with the Americans. They want to be on that kind of level with us, with the Americans. Okay? Puerto Rico, we know that they rock with the same kind of flag thing, but they hold their own. But they behind Mexico. Let's keep it funky. Yeah. But when it's Mexico, Puerto Rico, we can get it popping. You see? So that's what we want. Japan against the Philippines. Oh my God, them guys be going at it. All right. UK, Russia, all them dudes. They got their own little rivalries. Everybody got it. US Mexico rivalry, this one right here. Oh, a lot of people are talking about the legacy, but hear me out, people. Stay with me on this one. Okay? Hear me out. A lot of people are talking about the belts on the line, undisputed status at 3 weight divisions, the possibility, all of that. But what I'm talking about is your body of work. What it took you a lifetime to achieve. Blood, sweat, and tears, day in and day out in the gym. What it took you to put that record together, Mr. Terrence Crawford. I'm speaking to you. Mr. Terrence Crawford, you represent the United States of America in boxing. And for years, in the last 20 years plus, and I mean plural, let's put 30 years, the Mexicans have been behind the U.S. in major world title showdown matches. Because of who? Right here. You only need one name. Mexico has went up against Floyd Mayweather in America countless of times, and they all lost. All the great Mexican fighters that went up against Floyd, even your golden boy Oscar de la Hoya, they all got spanked. Every one of them. And they kept enticing Mayweather to come out of retirement time and time again. And they got their crack. And they came with their young, hot gun in Saul Canelo Alvarez. Don't you know this was their day, their moment, their opportunity? They had their little red Mexican freckle fighter that had a hell of a punch. His looks didn't look like, he looked like the redheaded stepchild, but go ahead and step to that child. He will show you he is no child. He is a grown man. At 15 years old, Saul Canelo Alvarez turned pro and was knocking grown men out. That's what kind of force they had. That's what kind of force they came up to Mayweather. And what I'm talking about here is the importance of your career. What do I mean? That that Mayweather had, that shit was priceless, bro. That 48, 47 fights and record, because of the fact that their great Mexican legend fighter, right, couldn't stop fighting at 80 undefeated fights. 90 undefeated fights. No, he had to keep fighting until he lost. And America always reminded them, your guy lost. And it became a thing. And that that Mayweather has, it's strong. That motherfucker is strong. It goes to speak. Bro, aren't you on a highlight reel, knockout reel? Didn't somebody knock you? Didn't you get knocked? Oh, I'm going to sit right here. Name me a highlight reel knockout tape that Floyd Mayweather's on right now. I'll wait. You ain't going to find one. You're never going to find that. And that, my man, is something that speaks to your body of work. Fuck the belts. Fuck everything else. Machismo. Who are you? Huh? Oh, you're this, you're that. Did you get your ass kicked? Oh, no, you managed your fight. You fought this. You fought cab drivers. Well, then you should have did the same thing. Huh? But you can't say that about Mayweather, now can you? They tried to. But how can that be possible if he fought the most world champions in boxing history? No fighter ever fought more world champions than him. So how's he fighting cab drivers if he has the record for that and undefeated? So what I talk about is Mexico took their shots at U.S. They couldn't beat us. They got an opportunity. Guess what happened? U.S. birthed another, what I'm not going to call him another elite fighter, just Terrence Crawford. He is elite in today's standard. You know, I mean, elite. I was thinking like, you know, career-wise, he has to get past this fight first, right? Because his career's still active. So I'm kind of thinking of a different picture, but America birthed another elite American superstar. And once again, here we are at the doorstep of another American fighter walking out of his career undefeated with all the gold. He has all the belts. Terrence, he's collected throughout divisions. He's a 4-division world champion. Okay. And although a lot of criticism, oh, he didn't fight him, he didn't do this, he didn't do. Brothers, yo, let's wake up, guys. Let's not act like we're not coming into a now. We were coming into a better rich boxing era from 2023 when that explosion happened and everybody was fighting for belts. Boxing had a huge band-aid on it and we were trying to fix it like we are now and get these tough fights together. So for the people that were there for Terrence, he did what he needed to do. If there's no fucking Superman to your Batman, what do you want me to do? And then when Superman and Batman fought, it looked like Superman versus fucking Robin. Batman didn't show up. He sent Robin out there and got trashed. So I'm not gonna sit here and be that guy and nitpick Terrence Crawford. Oh, look who he fought. Blah blah blah. I've done that before, but I come to the realization that he beat whoever he had in front of him. So the O that Terrence Crawford has is very valuable. Very, very valuable. He's that close from walking out the door undefeated and giving a big fuck you to everybody else. Now you try to do what I did. See how easy that is. Now here we go. Another fighter making that old thing a fucking thing again when we were just trying to get away from what Mayweather did to boxing. Although Mayweather's very great for boxing, he kind of fucked it up. He got these kids now wanting to take opportunity to be undefeated because they all want to mirror Mayweather. Because that's the thing now. Oh, the only way you're considered great now, you got to be undefeated. You don't want to take any chances, any risk? It's fucking up fights, ain't it? Yeah, just look at Tank Davis. You feel me? So, Mexico has an opportunity to not let the Americans walk out the door undefeated, all the gold, all the fucking legacy, don't you know that if he beats Saul Canelo Alvarez, he goes down in history as a better fighter than Saul? Terrence, has Saul Canelo Alvarez had all 4 belts in 2 separate weight divisions? Let's just start there. Okay, how about 3? Yeah, that's what I thought. He will 100% go down as a better fighter than Saul. Now, has Saul fought the better quality of competition? Hell yeah. Hands down. He has a way better record than Terrence Crawford. Hell yeah. But what's that going to matter? What's that going to matter when in today's status, right, they're saying belts don't matter. Legacy ain't shit. Get the money, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, if Saul Canelo Alvarez doesn't have 4 divisions or 5 at the end of his career to pass Terrence, at least, right? What else is he going to match him with? Terrence Crawford will go down as a better fighter than Saul after this fight is all said and done. And then Saul Canelo Alvarez's name is going to be attached to Terrence's name on this fight night. Meaning, in 10 years, when I'm telling my son, hey, son, yeah, pay attention, kid. I want you to be not a 3, but a 4 division, all 4 belt champion. I want you to break the record. Terrence Crawford is the man that has the record. Terrence Crawford did that. Yep, yes. 3 division, all 4 belts. Who did he fight that night to win that? Oh, he fought someone named Saul Canelo Alvarez. Your name is going to be attached to the loss. The same thing they said about Manny Pacquiao. All the fans, Manny Pacquiao fans, that be shitting on Floyd and say, Manny Pacquiao is a way better fighter than Floyd. The only thing a Floyd Mayweather fan got to say is, didn't Floyd Mayweather whoop his ass? Who won the fight? But then shut it. Once you beat the fighter that's in question, how dare they say that Manny's better than Floyd when Floyd beat him? How dare they say Saul's better than Terrence when Terrence beat him? Listen, listen, people, listen to me. Look. I don't think you understand. Like, yeah, the belt is cool. The legacy part, yo, that's dope as fuck. That's my part. But secretly, behind Mexico and U.S. boxing, there's more behind the scene that what the casual fan knows about or sees. There's machismo in this sport, a lot of it. A lot of fucking testosterone being thrown around in these locker rooms about who's the best of the best. There's a lot of alpha males walking around like that. When Terrence Crawford walks in the room, he's an alpha male. Other fighters see that man walk in the room, and they like, even Shakur Stevenson. Look how great Shakur Stevenson. Look how he reveres Terrence Crawford when Terrence Crawford walks into the room. And look who's doing that, Shakur Stevenson. Like, are you serious? You feel me? So, like, when Naoya Inoue, Usyk, the heavyweight champion of the world, when he walks into a room, bro, you could be in the room with a bunch of tough dudes, all kind of boxers. But when that guy walks in the room, come on, there's a lot of alphas in there, man. And to take what Terrence got, that was valuable. That was worth $50 million. And congratulations to Terrence Crawford to put himself in a position like this where he was actually able to capitalize on his hard work. You understand? Yeah. Let me move back up a little bit. What the fuck are you talking about? Low nose boxing. Low nose boxing, you be saying some crazy shit. All right, let me start from here. What it says. So you think Simon will be affected like Roy Jones? But Roy Jones was successful. He was successful and then he wasn't. Because Roy Jones Jr. is the only boxer in history to go up 2 weight divisions up to the heavyweight and come back down. He lost, but he also won. He's the only boxer in history to do it. Now, I don't think if we were judging it like the quality of opponent, like, did Roy Jones Jr. come down and fight a Saul Canelo Alvarez, a guy that had 4 belts, that was that dangerous? Did he do some shit like that? No. But Sugar Ray Leonard fought Marvelous Hagler after 5 years off, and he won the fight. There's some guys. Look, guys, that's what I say. I speak about this all the time. There's no measuring stick for a guy's will, determination, game planning, some of that shit, understanding a guy a lot better than the next guy. One guy is not able to see something that another guy sees, and that's why styles make fights and stuff, right? So respectfully, that's what I say. I speak about this and I say, can Terrence Crawford come up with a game plan just to beat one guy on one night, Saul Canelo Alvarez? And I believe he can. I just, I'm speaking truthfully here and I'm being honest. I love Terrence Crawford. I love both of these fighters. I love Saul. Saul Canelo Alvarez gave me way too many moments as a Latino. Whenever like Puerto Ricans weren't fighting and Saul was fighting, me, my family, my brothers, we got together for a Saul fight. Fuck that, bro. That's Saul Canelo Alvarez. And as far as Latino men and stuff, there was a time we didn't have there's not so many of us and shit. Um, we always all these European fighters and shit they be showing and stuff. And you know, we want to support each other. We do. But when we fight against each other, hey, we got to pick a side, baby. You know what I'm saying? So, but it is what it is. I can't front, man. I've had too many experiences, great moments in my living room watching a Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, man. Some fights were a little boring, and every fighter I believe will go through something like that. But yeah, definitely, this is a tough fight for me, to talk about, because both these guys are awesome. I love Terrence. I love Saul, man. You know, um, there's a lot of fighters that I like. Like I like Teofimo Lopez too, but I don't like everything he does, his decisions, and I don't like his mouth. I don't like his approach to getting back at people what people try to do to him. I understand what Tio is doing. I just don't like his distasteful style. He's not a he's a he's a shit talker, but he's not a shit talker with style. You know what I mean? I always think that he wants to be that funny dude with the one-liners. He just can't be that dude. But as far as that, Tio fighting, boxing wise, I like Tio as a boxer. There's a lot of things that I can sit here and break down from fighters. This fight in particular with Terrence Crawford and Saul, look, this is tough. The last time we saw this, let's keep in mind that we saw Jamel Charlo from 154 pounds come up to challenge Saul Canelo Alvarez. And on the night of their fight, it looked like Jamel Charlo couldn't even get it out of second gear. He couldn't. With the weight cut, the weight he tried to put on to match Saul, I think he drowned himself. I think he should have tried to come in the lightest, and Jamel Charlo tried the heavier approach. He kept hearing about Saul's power, how strong he was, and the Charlo twin, he went for size, and that bit him in the ass. He couldn't get out of it. His feet felt like they were in quicksand. Like if he had cement shoes, he was just like he couldn't get it into a gear. So that's my fear with Terrence Crawford, meaning that if we were to ask ourselves on the outside looking in, let's say Terrence Terrence is scheduled to fight Saul and Jamel Charlo fought him already. But let's say nothing of this took place. Let's say those were the two names to fight Saul Canelo Alvarez. Now, Terrence Crawford would be at 147, and Jamel Charlo would be at 154. Right? And at that moment in time, like Jamel never took this layoff. He hasn't fought Saul yet. So he's coming off just winning the 4 belts right there. We're in that moment in time. Tell me, honestly, who you think would have fared the best against Saul? Terrence Crawford or Jamel Charlo? Now, I want you to think about that. I want you to just don't think Terrence Crawford, oh, yeah, he's the best. Of course, Terrence Crawford. No. Remember how tall Jamel Charlo is to Terrence Crawford. He was in a bigger weight division at 154. He didn't have to jump up 3. He was the bigger man, the bigger puncher. I felt at the time, the Charlo twin at 154. Honestly, from the outside looking in, I would have thought Jamel Charlo would have been done better than Terrence. Terrence was just too much smaller. He would have been 3 weight divisions where Jamel would have been just 2. Jamel Charlo is 6 feet tall. Nah, man. He's way bigger than Terrence Crawford. He would have, You know how much weight he was cutting to be at 154? So him going up to 168 in my mind would have been like, I would have took the Charlo twin. But give me the bigger fighter because he's no slouch. He's no Terrence Crawford, respectfully, because if they fought, I think that Charlo twin kid would give him a hell of a fight. If I felt when Terrence was at 147, right? I just felt like the Charlo twins, they were big. I was like, and they're not the most slickest styles of fighters, but when they clip you, them fighters feel that shit. You seen how he was knocking these dudes out, the Charlo twin. He didn't get them 4 belts because he rolled out of bed and was like, hey, let me get these belts. Like, no, he went out there and kicked some ass. He had some tough fights. So I would have picked the Charlo twin, and look how he did against Saul. He didn't do shit, bro, right? Uh, Typically, on average, right now for a Naoya Inoue fight, it's 7 rounds, anywhere between there, and he'll knock you out. So you're probably good on that prediction. 6 round, I can see that. I can see him making short work of MJ, but I can see that MJ's going to come into this fight very aware, very observant of what Naoya Inoue is going to be doing. Seeing that the fact that Joel Diaz is getting a second crack at Naoya Inoue back to back. Joel Diaz is also the coach of Roman Cardenas, and he's also the coach of MJ. So the coach just fought Naoya Inoue in Naoya Inoue's last fight when he fought Roman Cardenas in Las Vegas. And now Joel Diaz has another guy in MJ, which is his best fighter. And if he could do that with Roman Cardenas and he got that kind of look at Naoya Inoue, I mean, it doesn't speak victory, but now you know what you're messing with. And it's like back to back. He just fought the coach and his guy just fought him and another crack at him. So he's going to prepare for the same fighter. 2 different fighters, yes. My 2 different fighting styles, okay. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, JWC, I enjoy the show, Edwin. I am a big fan of the monster Inoue. Many people think that MJ could beat Naoya. The only way I see this happening is if he gets lucky. After watching both men's last fights, no way. Listen, I saw in Naoya Inoue on an interview, just like last week and stuff. And the common question is going to be, hey, my man, you got dropped. Not once but twice. Not back to back, but close enough. Close enough in fights where it's fresh on the fans' mind. We know that Luis Pantera Nari was the first one to drop you, and we just saw Roman Cardenas do it. Now, Yi Young Kim didn't do it, and he brutalized that man in between fights, so it wasn't back-to-back knockdowns. No, it wasn't. But, like I said, close enough for us to be like a little concerned. So Naoya Inoue took to, they had an interview, and he said, yeah, I see my mistake. And this is a common mistake that big punchers fall in love with their power. I've seen that so many times where we know the guy is a better fighter or was developing to being a decent boxer, but he had so much power that he forgot about boxing and just went for the one punch knockout, Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, believe it or not, if you go back and you watch his earlier fights, he was using the jab. He was stepping into shots. He wasn't the best technical boxer, but he was a way better fighter when he was younger and to this freaking one-punch animal he turned into. He always relying because in the back, if I hit you, I'm going to knock you out. They stop learning. They start falling in love with the knockout. They start chasing the knockout because they know if I clip you, night. Naoya Inoue fell victim to that. And then on top of that, he's also fighting what we call machismo in the sport of boxing. Machismo meaning your own ego, right? You got dropped in the Tokyo Arena, Naoya Inoue, in front of 55,000 fans. They reopened that arena for you. You and your father requested. There has not been another boxing match since Mike Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas in Japan in that Tokyo Arena. Not only that, Naoya Inoue, but Luis Pantera Nari was banned from Japan at the time. You guys went to the Japanese government boxing association and asked them to lift the ban just to have this guy come back to the country that we banned him from because of the sport of boxing, because of his disrespect to the sport of boxing. And then you go in there and you get dropped in the first round? Huh? And then your father tells you, hey, son, you know what you did wrong? You went in there chasing the knockout. You got greedy. You're falling in love with your power. Get back. I want you to start training, hitting the bag again. Naoya Inoue's mind as a fighter, though, sometimes we don't want to hear that shit. We'll be humble and address it like we're not. Naoya never probably would talk back to his father like that or anything. I don't know or anything, but I know inside as a man, sometimes you can tell me something about myself and I'll think I could tackle it on still. I'll think I'm stronger than the situation. Yeah. I'll fall victim. Sometimes I got to burn my hand once or twice to realize that shit is hot. Yeah. But believe me, it won't be 4 and 5 times though. You know, maybe I'm stupid enough to do it once, twice, 3. Yeah. But not 4 or 5. All right. That's going too far. I will learn eventually. You know what I mean? Sometimes some things faster than others. But when it comes to fighting, I truly believe that a lot of fighters do fall in love with their power, and it's a curse. Sometimes you got to remember what got you to the dance. You see what I'm saying? And I think Naoya, in a way, is realizing that. And when they told him, nah, you did this because you went chasing the power, he got in with Roman Cardenas in the United States of America, Las Vegas. He wanted the knockout. He wanted it. And he went for it. Pow, got caught. Got caught lovely, too. Yo, I thought he was out, bro. Yeah, but Naoya, in a way, showed he has an iron chin, bro. He does. And he has great recuperating power. Great recuperating power. How many men, just think about this, how many men could take that kind of punch that Roman Cardenas hit like that? If Roman Cardenas hit anybody else with that kind of punch, that dude is out. If Luis Pantera Nari hit anybody with that shot, that dude is out. Or at least get up and be on stanky legs. You know, like the fighter's legs give out from underneath him. Bro, Naoya, in a way, didn't miss a beat. He took that punch when he got hit by Luis Pantera Nari. Yo, he got hit so hard that his whole body face planted. You saw it. His whole body spun around and boom, it bounced off the mat. When Roman Cardenas hit him, he hit him so hard he glitched and then just dropped. That means his motherboard went bloop bloop. Yo, when he fought Donaire cracked his orbital bone in the second round. He fought 10 rounds with a fractured orbital bone. Ask Dubois to do that. Remember when Dubois got his fractured orbital bone by the juggernaut there, Joe Joyce? Remember that? And he said, I can't fight, and went like that. Remember when Cal Brook got his orbital bone broke by Aerospace Jr.? What'd he do? I can't keep fighting. That shit hurts. Naoya Inoue went 10 rounds and won the fight. What? Yo, There he is right there. That's him. I need a bigger picture. Them shit's expensive as motherfucker, right? So anyway, but my man is battle tested. Some people might be like, oh, you know what they do, right? He gets knocked down. Boom. Oh, he's chinny. Oh, look, he's getting knocked down, man. Da, da, da. Are you serious right now? You're talking about a man that's fighting the top, the best of the best that the division has to offer. The man that's being the most avoided down there in the lower weight divisions is Naoya Inoue. There are guys that are entering witness protection programs because they don't want to fight him. Men are literally bashing their heads in training camp, not one time, but twice, to avoid him. Sam Goodman. There are men that have been offered to fight numerous of times to fight Naoya Inoue. Hell the fuck no. Won't fight him. They got guys' fathers coming out and making a freaking a 4-page essay of why they will not fight Naoya Inoue. They got world-class fighters, champions, division champions, and multiple division champions saying we're not ready for him. Junto has 3 divisions, bro. And last year, just the last year, to Naoya Inoue stepped to him in that thing and put him in that position. Junto was not saying, and his coach was not saying that they were ready for Naoya Inoue. On the contrary, he was been recorded, I think, on Fight Hype, talking about, we ain't ready for that, man. A lot of people avoiding him. And the truth is the truth. Naoya Inoue is a dog, bro. Straight G. Yeah, he got caught. Yo, you in a fight, bro. You're gonna get hit with some punches. It's how you respond. It's what you did. Instead of looking at the fact that he got dropped, like, oh shit, Floyd Mayweather ain't never been dropped in none of his fights. Look, bro. So all you're saying is that Floyd didn't fight nobody strong enough to be his equal? So what are you saying? No one gave him a great fight. He never met his equal. He never met that guy. When Naoya Inoue met his equal several times in Nonito Donaire. Nonito Donaire was so good, in fact, when they fought the first time, people, fighting fans, like the guys that want to shit on other fighters because they need to shit on these kind of fighters so that their legends name stays big. Because if the fighting fan goes like this and opens their eyes and pays attention to what he's doing, the first question they're going to say, well, who else has ever done this? Then the answer that they get, they're not going to like it. Because the answer they're going to get is, no one has ever done this. No boxer in history has ever done what this dude is doing. But there are some boxers in history that's done some shit that he's never done and he will never do. He can't do it. Like, for instance, Naoya Inoue can't pass Floyd Mayweather with 50-0. That will never happen. It's just the math. Just do the math, guys. Could he do it in a real, like, Naoya? Of course. Yeah, he could beat 50 fighters and without, yeah. Can he do it in right now in reality? No. Impossible. He'd have to fight until he's in his 40s. He's 32 now. Even if he fought 3 times a year, he only got 30. He needs 20 more fights. He got 30 fights, and he's at the tail end of his career with 30 fights. Naoya Inoue, right? And he's 32 years old. It took him from 19 years old to 32 to get 30 fights. You mean to tell me he can get another 20 fights like that and pass Floyd? Or that's just 20 to tie him. He would need 21 to pass him. It's not going to happen, bro. That's not going to happen. He's not going to catch Floyd in that aspect. But I want you guys to know, that remarkably, that actually don't mean shit. To tell you the truth, honestly, that 50-0 that Mayweather got, that's personal. It's a personal record. There's no award. There's no, there's guys that have retired already that have retired past 50-0. There are old fighters that had like 120 undefeated fights. It's crazy. He's not the first man to do this. There's guys that got 70-0. I've looked this shit up. So that's no secret. That's just a personal machismo thing for Floyd. He walks around, I'm 50-0. I'm 50-0. You heard that? 50-0. Did you guys lose? Yeah, I never lost. That's just personal. So whether your number is 50 and my number is 35 or 37 or 42, it's still an O. The objective was to retire undefeated. It wasn't the number amount. You know what I mean? So thank God to that. That's not a kind of record that Naoya Inoue has to stress himself over. That technically doesn't go in the record books. Right? So what Naoya Inoue has to focus on is like that 3 division shit that Terrence is going for. Yeah. Terrence does that, it's over. It's over. Until Naoya Inoue can tie that shit, he'll always be a better fighter than Naoya Inoue. Unfortunately. I think Naoya Inoue would have done better shit. But that 3 division is like having a royal flush in poker. Naoya Inoue will have 4 aces, but he'll have a royal flush. And at the end of the conversation, Bud Crawford would win. 3 divisions, all 4 belts, undisputed in 3. What could Naoya Inoue have done to match that? And then Terrence had him tied with 11 consecutive world title knockout fights. Terrence Crawford lost that record when he fought in Inter in 154 and fought Israel Madachek, right? Where the 11 fight knockout streak and world title fights ended on that night for Terrence Crawford. Now Naoya Inoue just tied it. He's on an 11 world title fight knockout streak because of the Donaire 1-1, which in fact, I think he did knock out Donaire, but that's neither here or there. And then Naoya Inoue has like 9 consecutive knockouts like that. He's like on a 20 fight knockout streak in reality. But the Donaire 1 breaks it up. So if we're talking not Fantasy Island shit, he has 11 knockouts. I think so. MJ will be entering 12, and that would be like his 25th world title fight in a row. Terrence Crawford doesn't have that. I think Terrence Crawford had like 19. He has like 19 world title fights in a row. Terrence Crawford. So, or 23. I think he got up there. I might be missing a couple fights. I actually might be, because I haven't checked out his record in a while. Yeah, I might be, because that Israel Madachek was for a world title fight. Yeah, he hasn't had any fights that wasn't for a world title fight. So his record's still going. Tell me when Terrence Crawford's world title fights broke when he entered 147. The minute he got that WBO, he was a champion. Every fight after that is a world title fight. And that world title fight with Israel Madachek, that was a world title fight. And that was his last fight. It was either him fighting for somebody's belt or him defending his belt. Still a world title fight. So I actually think that Terrence Crawford's still in the running with Naoya Inoue. I have to check that out. There might be a break in there that I don't remember, that he moved up somewhere. Or they might not be enough 147-pound fights that it's going to go to his resume at 140. And there might be a fight in between at 140 that was for nothing. And that might break it up. Because Naoya's world title fights, the 25, that shit's coming down from 108. From the minute Naoya Inoue won that belt at 108, he had 6 professional fights. Going into that fight, he had 6. He had 5. He had 5 professional fights going into the title fight. He won his first world title at 6. From that moment in boxing history, he hasn't fought for anything less. And he has 4 weight divisions, meaning every time he jumped up to the next weight division, what he used to acclimate to the next division was a world champion. He didn't take no tune-up fights. Naoya Inoue. You know how like my Floyd, when he moved from 130, 135, he didn't fight for a title right away. He took fights to acclimate to the division, to fight the bigger guys, to do it correctly. Naoya Inoue said, yeah, I'll do it correctly. I'll fight the champion right away. When Naoya Inoue moved up to 115, he fought Jamie McDonald right away. And then he cleaned everybody out in the World Series of Boxing. And then for the people that said Nonito Donaire was too old in the World Series of Boxing at 36 years old, just think about this. Think about this for 1 second. If you take Naoya Inoue out of the equation in the World Series of Boxing, who wins the tournament? Who wins the tournament? Donaire wins it. Had it not been for Naoya Inoue, Donaire made it to the finals. That's how good he was. He beat all the young dudes. That's how great he was. And then when he lost to Naoya Inoue, he was so good. In fact, he went out and beat an undefeated French champion, beat him, defended the title, and then fought Naoya Inoue. Hold that. Talk about he was old. Did a 36-year-old Mayweather beat a 23-year-old Saul Canelo Alvarez? But Floyd Mayweather wasn't old at 36. Wow. Demetrius Bivol just fought Arthur, and Arthur was 39, but he wasn't old coming into that fight. No. But it's convenient to call the other guy that you don't want people to start paying attention to because of what? Because he's Japanese? It's the stereotype for me. That's what kills me sometimes. And it's not my fault. It is not my fault. It's history. How many times we seen the great fucking white hope European champion? You know what I mean? Oh, he's undefeated. He beats everybody. Blah, 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 blah. It comes, gets white. Ricky Hatton, white down. AJ, white down. Yo, the list goes on. White down. Come down to America, bro. We seen this. How many times I seen some Japanese fight? Yo, and first time I see him, yo, this dude is fast as hell, man. He's nice. Then all of a sudden, he go up against Loma. Poop, 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 poop. Damn, that Japanese dude almost went outside the ring. Loma trashed him. I was like, how many times have we seen this? So the stereotype, I get it. I get it. I get it. When you guys see these dudes from over there, I get it, man. We like, come on, man. How many times we seen this? That's why it was hard in the beginning for me to really believe in Naoya Inoue. It was. Because they all look like that good. You know, fast as fuck, boy. Right? Them Japan, Asian, Chinese, North Korean, South Koreans, all them Asian dudes, they fast as hell, bro. Right? They always look good. I always think, oh, this guy's gonna be a world champion. And then poof, gets knocked out. Oh, right? The American pressure style, and one thing that the American fighters have learned a long time is that picky boo over the top style fighting. That high guard, duck down, shoot up, boom, over the shot. And a lot of those fighters, for some reason, don't know how to adjust to that. Japanese fighting is a combination of a lot of styles of fight. You can see where the Japanese culture has stolen pieces of boxing from everywhere. You can see they have taken, like, they took, like, all right. The approach, the fight, they took a Vander Holyfield style of fighting. His technique, Evander Holyfield looked like a machine, right? He looked like a video game. If you put a quarter, that's what a boxer is supposed to look like. The technical of his punches, the position moving. He wasn't always the biggest puncher. And cruiserweight he was, but not in heavyweight. And Vander, he was just a specimen. The way he bounced on his feet. They took his topper half of fighting, and the Japanese took the Russians, the Ukrainians bounce. The Ukrainians, the Russian guys, they fight mostly off like a rhythm, off the front and back. They're always like darting in and out like this. The Japanese took the American top style, the Russian bottom, and you know the Filipino fighters, you know, they're that kind of relentless punching output, pressure, and accuracy. They took that from them. And they developed this Japanese fighting style that a lot of these Japanese dudes now are incorporating. They all look the same. All of a sudden, they all look like Naoya Inoue. They really do, right? Shinsumi, them dudes, bro, them dudes, the kid that Mayweather embarrassed, that kickboxer kid, Tishumi, I don't want to kill these guys' names. Bear with me. I'm sorry about that. But if you know who I'm talking about, a young Japanese kickboxer kid that made a transition over to professional boxing, he's looking amazing. He fought one of the Maloney brothers, right? Uh, it was a good fight. That was a good fight. That wasn't his last fight, but so uh the Japanese style. So when I saw their style, it's a very good style. The one thing about the Japanese fighters, they don't fight good coming out of the high guard. None of them. Um, they you can see that I guess their mentality is a no retreat, no surrender mentality. They're good when it comes to defense inside in the pocket. They're not good popping out of it or stepping backwards from it. A lot of them get caught in transition. Remember when Brian Norman Jr. knocked out that Japanese dude? What he do? Brian Norman Jr. saw that the Japanese dude was copying him. If you go back and you watch that fight, pay attention. Brian Norman Jr. shoots a punch just before he knocks him out. Where? At his body. What was the next punch the Japanese dude threw at Brian Norman Jr.? He went downstairs to the body. He copied what Brian Norman Jr. did. And Brian said in his head, probably, he said, let me throw this down here. Let me see what he does. And when he went, boom, knocked him out, bro. Yeah, brutally too. So, so when I see their styles, like it was hard for me in the beginning to really accept what Naoya Inoue was, to identify what he was going to become. I've been impressed by some of those fighters before. They never really pan out. One of the young, smaller fighters that I thought, and I still believe, is Bam Bam Rodriguez. I think that he's a force to be reckoned with. And then we got my guy too, Oscar Collazo, down there in the lower weight divisions, So, I until Naoya Inoue went to that World Series of Boxing, right there, I was sold right there. I've been a complete fan of him and a real true believer and supporter of Naoya Inoue since then. I knew what I was looking at. I knew what I saw. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong about the dude. Listen, I've been saying it this whole time, man. And there was a one point in time that I was saying to myself, the reason why you can take Naoya Inoue, right? And you can say, Naoya, we can create a fighter. And if we say this fighter has 30 fights, 27 big ways by knockout, he's a 4-division world champion, undefeated, 25 consecutive world title fights. His last 11 knockout title fights have been all led by knockout. And his name is Shane Mosley. He's a brother. Would that record and all those accolades, would it suck then? And his name was Floyd Mayweather Jr. Give Naoya Inoue's record to any top fighter or any American fighter. Typically going to be a brother, a black dude. Give Roy Jones Jr. Naoya Inoue's record and tell me that Roy Jones Jr. sucks. Give it to any of them. Give it to Evander Holyfield. Give it to Sweepy Pernell Whitaker. Give it to, and I mean any of them. I would fight and argue with you to the death. That man is the greatest fighter in the world. But for some reason, when it's a 5'5" Japanese dude, he's a hype job. He ain't shit. What he doing ain't shit. He ain't fighting nobody. The narrative changes. And I get it. I get it. I get it. I get competition. I get supporting your own guy. I get it. But I made this platform in order for myself to speak freely, so that I didn't have to pick a side. So that freely I can get fans to see what I see. And like I said, I'm never trying to change your mind. No, support your guy. If you want to see something very interesting and you love boxing, and when you watch boxing, what do you want to see? For myself, knockouts never get old. That shit does not get old. No, it doesn't. And I love an oh wow moment when you're watching a fight and you go, oh wow, oh shit. And you get that moment, you're like, whoa. When you watch Naoya Inoue, basically every fight I've ever watched him in, I've gotten that moment every single time. It's like a huge fucking adrenaline freaking rush. When we watch Tank Davis fights, we don't go to watch a Tank Davis fight because it's going to go to the scorecard like it did in the Lamont Roach fight. That was odd. Besides that Lamont Roach little scorecard, when's the last time we went to a Tank Davis scorecard? I'll wait. That's why we like him, right? That's why I love Naoya Inoue. Bro, the way he hit Yi Young Kim, that punch, bro, to this day, I still rewind that punch. The sound of that punch. Yo, that man cried in the ring after that punch, bro. He cried. And he was just egging him on 2 seconds before. He was like, come on. Oh, my God. Care for what you asked for, right? So, yeah. Why don't I go on Nessa's panel or whatever? Because I got my own thing here, too. I got to do my thing, too, right? Well, was always going to be a Canelo versus Bud because they have the right connections. Bud doesn't have all the, yeah, he's connected with the right people. Saudi, yeah. Um, Look, this fight has a lot to it, man. Oh, Crawford is a beast too, not just Canelo. I actually didn't. I didn't never thought I actually had to tell anybody that Crawford was a beast. If you don't know that, I don't know what you've been watching. Motherfucker's a fucking dog. We're talking about Terence Crawford, right? That's who you're talking about. If I got to come up here and tell you that Crawford's a beast, maybe I got to explain who Terence Crawford is. You know, but yeah, I could talk about him too. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up because if I haven't mentioned how much of a beast he is, and I got lost in translation with Saul, let's just talk about Mr. Terrence Crawford and the things and the hurdles that he has to had overachieve in his life in boxing. Great point. Since you bring it up, I'm going to quickly break that shit down. Unfortunately, Terrence Crawford should be in a lot better situation that he's in than he is in today. Why do I say that? Because a lot of people fucking try to blackball my dude Terrence Crawford. And let's not forget about all the hurdles he had to fucking overcome in the sport of boxing, even trying to sue his own boxing promoter, Bob Arum, that was talking shit about Mr. Terrence Crawford, and they was trying to shoot my brother down in his fucking foot and said that he wasn't selling in none of his fights. But remarkably, when you tuned into the fight, the thing was freaking jam-packed with all fans and everything, and they were shitting on Terrence Crawford. Then not only that, how many opportunities that ESPN and Top Rank and all them avoid from getting Terrence Crawford the fights? And then no fault of his own, the one guy he was trying to chase down flips his Ferrari 900 times on a fucking freeway and is not the same fighter. And he had to wait almost 4 years to fight that guy. And a lot of things happen in Mr. Terrence Crawford's career. And then there's all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we get a fucking virus. You guys remember that? The coronavirus. So that stalled his career out for 2 more years. And I'm not making any excuses for Terrence Crawford. I'm just kicking facts, baby. Because I'm telling you right now, not even his freaking boxing promoter were on his side. And when you don't got that on your side, how the hell was you going to get a career and get these guys in the ring with you? When they're shooting you in the foot, I don't know what Terrence Crawford did or pissed who off or what happened, but I saw this shit unfold. So he was lucky to be in the position he was in. And he had to win these fights the way he had to win them. So I don't want to hear about, oh, Terrence Crawford record, he ain't fought this, he ain't fought that, because you're not taking everything into account. Terrence Crawford's a dog. And I kind of believe, and I'm going to stand on this. Who were you going to get to beat him? You know why? You know what? The guys that he didn't fight, that are not on his record, let them think they're lucky stars, that they're not another victim on Terrence Crawford's freaking resume, all right? Because he would have beat them too. So in comparison on what you're saying, oh, Terrence didn't fight him, or he didn't do this, and he didn't fight one time Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman's never going to beat Terrence Crawford. Not young Terrence, left switching, right switching Terrence Crawford. Which one were you going to fight? He'd whoop your ass either way. None of them dudes was going to beat him anyway. So if anybody wants to say, oh, he didn't fight him, he didn't fight the who's who, it didn't freaking matter. Yeah, I don't think these guys were going to beat him anyway. Not when Terrence Crawford was on the height of when Terrence was at the top of his game. And this is what I mean. And excuse me for being so passionate. Excuse me. Excuse me for being a little frustrated. Why? Because this is years. This is 30 years of me watching my favorite boxing athlete always go through some shit. I got to admit, every time we see the next one, the next great, right? It's always something they do to my athlete. They throw him in jail, throw rape charges on him. Something always happens. They flip a car. When am I going to see my guy start from the beginning and allow nature to allow him to be the fighter without interfering, without drugs, sex, and rock and roll? No drama, nothing. I would love to see that. How good would he have been if Cassius Clay never went to jail? How good would he have been have his hands not broken and he become disabled fighter and also go to jail? Huh? How good would he have been? Huh? How good I'm a Winky Wright, Pernell Whitaker, with no drugs in their life, where they would have really gone? There's a lot of these fighters, we never really got to see the best version of them. I truly believe we never in history got to see the best version of this man. We never got to see the best version of him against top competition, because by the time he got up to the ladder, his hands didn't hold up. That means he had to change his whole fighting style and fighting strategy to accommodate his hands. He was a handicapped fighter the rest of his career. When am I going to see my guy? And for one of the first times in my life, I'm witnessing it. Naoya Inoue. Bro, no fucking outside interference. He's not going to jail. He ain't smacking his girl. He ain't flipping his car. He ain't drunk on TMZ. He's not. And I'm like, it's going to fucking happen. It's going to happen. For once, life is going to back up the fighter, and we're going to get to see this shit happen. Come on, baby, please. No, tomorrow don't come out on the news, Naoya Inoue. Please, please, God, no. Right? There are so many fighters, bro. The what if? The Sugar Ray Leonards of the world, the Roy Jones Jr.'s, the Mike Tysons, like all of them, man, got some kind of fucking hiccup. Terrence Crawford, they had to fucking try to stop them. So if you can't beat him in the ring, sabotage his career. You're not gonna be able to beat him. What was that dude? That fucking dude they put in jail? What was his name? It wasn't the Raging Bull, right? What was his name? He knocked out everybody. And the world saw it. The boxing politics and the crooked ass fucking boxing world and mobsters, they weren't going to beat him. I mean, this man knocked out everyone. What they do, they set him up, put him in jail. You got to take him out the equation, bro. Because we're not going to win. Vegas ain't going to win no money. The mobsters, this motherfucker's killing us. Everybody's just putting the money on him. He's got to go. He's got to go. And there's been moments in sports history where this shit has happened, and I never got to see my favorite fighter or a fighter I consider to be one of the greatest to have like no real hiccups like that. And like no fucking like favoritism or they're hyping them up or protecting them. I mean, like this guy's really going out there and fighting the top guys. And that's what you would have to do. Who's doing that? Naoya Inoue is doing exactly that. You see, when I talk about this, when Floyd Mayweather was at the tail end of his career, when a lot of these legendary champions are at the end of their career, their competition goes down. Saul Canelo Alvarez wouldn't fight David the Monster Benavidez now, right? Terrence Crawford didn't fight Jaron Boots Ennis when they were trying, the young guy coming up to fight the older cat. That's not happening. But Naoya Inoue, he's doing exactly that. He's already announced, and said, on my way out, what I'm doing on my way out of my sport, I'm fighting Junto Nakatoni, which arguably people believe is going to be one of his biggest challenges, right? And I'm going up to 126 to make 5 weight divisions. So rather than his competition going down, it's going up. It's going up. He's doing what I've always wanted to see. Allow a fighter to become the fighter, you know, just before this man can develop into a young man to one of the greatest heavyweights the world has ever seen. The powers that be, they didn't like that shit. You mean to tell me y'all really went and fucking, and then American government said, yeah, we're forcing you to go to the army? When we obviously see who you are as an individual, you're the heavyweight champion of the world. I think we can do without one person. If America was backing you. Doesn't seem like America was backing them, did it? Because they weren't at that time. Things have changed now. But it's tough. It's tough, man. But that's why I follow this dude a lot. Naoya Inoue, that's why I follow that dude, man. He's just louder than words. The things I can see from him without him telling me or people needing to point it out are the things I see. And I believe a true athlete has the responsibility, whether he wants it or not. You have the responsibility to the fans to conduct yourself in a manner because there are kids watching you, people coming up. Have some sense, and what kind of example are you giving the rest of the Japanese, you little young men that are coming up and screaming your name? I want to be like Naoya Inoue. Because look at the rock star he is. In fact, look how vigorous and how competitive the Japanese you know, boxing is nowadays, that two young men unfortunately lost their lives within a year span, two Japanese fighters. And I mark that to the fact that every Japanese fighter now wants to be the next Naoya Inoue. They don't want to lose and they don't want to take a step backwards. Yeah, yeah, that right there was uh enough reason to fight, you know, like your your life, it depends on it, because it is. Being regarded as the next Naoya Inoue can change your life, and the story that's Naoya Inoue, he didn't come from money. They show his father, Shinzo. They show how he was an amateur boxer. He had a little side gig there. Naoya Inoue's dad is a fucking man's man, bro. He had his little job and he was training his sons and stuff. Naoya Inoue boxed, actually, from what his father said. What was it, 5-6 years? Before he even sparred one time. Yeah, he never. Well, he never had a boxing match. Yeah, and he boxed that day, Naoya Inoue, and he won the fight. And his father and him, they've been this. They took off ever since. So, it goes to show you that Naoya Inoue, the love he had for his son, but also the kind of love that it's kind of like a tough love, but for a reason. Okay, same kind of love that Mayweather's father had for him. I've heard, I've even heard Mayweather's father or himself on multiple interviews of how they talked about one another. And Mayweather's father said, um, he was real strict. If Mayweather made a mistake, he would slap him upside the head. Mayweather tried to like minimize it, like, yeah, he would just pop me in the head. I don't think it was like that. I think Mayweather's dad like punched him. He was a real no nonsense bullshit coach, and he did this because he loved his son. And he said, Mayweather, like, no, if you train sloppy, you're gonna fight sloppy. Everything to be on point. And he taught that to Mayweather. And sometimes some lessons need to be taught with a little cantazo. You know what I'm saying? A little tate quieto. Sometimes you gotta teach like that. You gotta get their attention. Some people don't just learn like this, but it was the tough kind of love and boot camp mentality training that didn't allow some of these athletes young to have a life. And when they got away from their parents or their father, a lot of these guys really unraveled and the world ate them up. I've seen that a lot of times. Some of them, very few, got it together. But fighters like Oscar De La Hoya, when he got away from his fathers, drugs, sex, and rock and roll took him down. Yeah, it did. Although his father was real strict, he loved him, but that father and son combination did not work out, unfortunately. Naoya Inoue and his father, that's a culture thing. Their society, their whole way of life is way different than the American Western way of life, of living, where they really emphasize the respect part to the parents, where you greet everyone and you bow. Everyone's constantly bowing at each other, showing each other respect, that you are no bigger or less than me. We are equal. When we meet and we talk, you need to bow. And he's going to bow, And they got different types of bow. They got like a halfway bow, the all the way bow like this, the 3/4 bow type thing. And I've noticed this, and it's about the level of respect. If it's just a basic, hey, how you doing? Bow, bow like that. That's the what's up one. That's like the real, like the dab bow. You just like a half quarter, you just go like that real quick. And then when you see somebody of importance, like real Japanese, like big, that you got to do the full one like that with the hands on the side. I seen it, and then they got like the 3/4 bow type shit. So their customs and their way of life is a lot different than ours. They're taught to respect their parents. It's very rare when you see that kind of, it's any day you can go on the street and anywhere in America and there's some kid saying, fuck you, mom or dad, or, yeah, I'm not living under your rules, rock on. Like, uh, you know, America is, the Western philosophy. It's a motherfucker, bro. Uh, that live free, die fast, slow, whatever. That's exactly what America's about. And America's the type of place where it will give you and provide you with enough rope so that you can hang your own self. And there are other businesses in the background in America that needs this radical way of thinking and behavior in order for their businesses to function. Meaning jails, institutions, hospitals, all those need to function on what? On morgues, on negative. You kill a dude, he goes to the morgue. You shoot a dude, he goes to the hospital. He dies. We get his organs. We sell that. We sell it to like a rich dude that needed that's on an organ list. The guy that killed that dude that we just sold his organ to, that other guy, he's going to jail for the rest of his life. So in that sense, we're gonna have one guy that's gonna work for us, slave wages, and we don't gotta pay him shit forever. So you see, each of these things have other entities that they all, you know what I mean? They need it. Americans' way. It's not that everything's bad or good. It's that America provides you with this. It's up to you to fall into it. Because everybody doesn't have to do this. You don't have to be in a gang, slang drugs, do this. You don't got to do it. It's up to you. It's up to you. But America will provide that for you. And Japanese culture, North Korean culture, Chinese culture, they all have different. North Korea, I think, is probably the strictest, I think. I would say so. I would say so. I'm not really familiar with all the Asian cultures, but I try to be a little bit because you want to respect just in case I ever have the opportunity of running in to these people. I want to be prepared. I want to be prepared. I don't want to do the wrong bow, or say like one time, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, maybe I didn't think it through. Maybe I was young. I don't know, but I didn't think it was that bad, right? I went to say hi to a Japanese dude and I used a Chinese phrase. Yeah, I spoke to him in Chinese. Like, I think the word I was using was like hi in Chinese at the time. And he was Japan. He was Japanese. I didn't know the difference. I just heard the word, man. You know what I mean? I didn't think it was that bad, right? So, but apparently, right? I guess they take that just as offenses as calling a Puerto Rican a Dominican. They'll take that offense like calling Mexican a Spaniard or a Mexican. No. It would be a Mexican and Guatemala, um, Guatemala, Guatemalan, right? It would be like calling them a Guatemalan dude, calling him a Mexican, because they favor each other a little. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And I guess that's offensive, I guess. And it kind of is. It would be like, I remember one time I heard this white lady say, this is back like in early 90s and shit. Like it was like actually 1990. One time we were saying that, and she was like, all black people look alike. And I was like, what? And I felt like bitch, you racist. Like, come on, man. Like, you can't be dead. None of them look alike, right? And she said that she couldn't also tell Latin men. She was like, I don't know what the difference between a Puerto Rican, a Spaniard, a Dominican, a Cuban, you know what I'm saying? She didn't know the difference, right? Okay. So in my hood, right, we only saw one type of Asian dude. At the time, there was only Chinese out in Jersey because you go like little China, that's what was out there until it happened to me. And I had to admit, at one time, I can't really sometimes, bro, I can't identify a Vietnamese versus a Cambodian. I don't know. I can't. The subtleties, I can't. I don't know. They look too much alike. Um, and it happened to me, bro. I became that freaking white lady. I was like, bro, these people look alike. Is it me or do they all look alike? And then I caught myself saying that, and I was like, oh shit. Maybe the white lady wasn't racist. Maybe if you're not around that enough, that's just the problem. If you're not raised around Cambodians, Vietnamese, you know, South Korean, North Korean, Chinese, Japanese, that India side of the world and stuff, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult. And I'm not even joking around with that. Like, and then I'm just like, oh shit, maybe I was ignorant to that white lady and saying that shit to her when that's probably how she felt. Like I felt when I first like because I moved into a community, a neighborhood with a lot of Vietnamese and Cambodians. And until I was surrounded with that, I was like, I was fucked up. I was like, damn, I can't tell these people apart, man. I really just couldn't. But and then you'll start to like figure it out. For me, it's when they talk. As soon as he starts talking, I'll be able to tell you. I don't know why it's weird. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe because I speak a couple languages. I don't know. But that's how I keep in track. If I go in a store, I'll point or something, he'll talk. I know he's Vietnamese. I know he's Cambodian. I know she like that. It's when they speak like that. For me anyway. Because I still by looking at him, nah, I can't. Yeah. But yeah, man. I don't even know how I got down in this conversation. But Asian dudes and shit, just the boxing culture and stuff, for the most part, those guys, they're not really big by stature. So they're gonna dominate the bantamweight light divisions. And their biggest rivalry is the Manny Pacquiao's of the world. Yeah, the Filipino fighters. They're great. The Filipino fighters are good and everything, man. There's a lot of good competition right now in boxing, guys. There's just a lot. But this Terrence Crawford, Floyd Mayweather fight, guys. Look, guys, I was gonna wait one more day to tell you my prediction and shit. To be honest with you guys, to be truthfully honest, I wouldn't bet on this fight. I wouldn't put no money on this fight. This is not the type of fight that I would put money on because I think the odds are not going to be worth it. For one, for two, there's too many big entities in this fight, meaning the Dana Whites of the world, the Turkeys, all the players are in it. And that's that many players, that much money, that kind of record of a gate that's being sold. There's a lot of possibilities that can go another way because there's a lot of money exchanging hands. But I want you to understand this as a better, okay? When people come up with these theories, these betting theories that shit is rigged, that Turkey's going to put the fix in, that the bookies are going to they're going to cash out on this. Okay. Before we let our conspiracy CSI mind take over in this radical thought process that boxing will be rigged because of certain reasons. Okay. Let's just think about it. Why would Turkey al-Sheikh, him and the prince and all of that, his people, by the way, I'm tired of them saying he's a billionaire. He is not a billionaire. They are not billionaires. They're trillionaires. They passed billions of dollars years ago. Them Saudi dudes, that prince. So when they keep saying he has billions of dollars, that's probably Turkey al-Sheikh's budget or billions of dollars. But them people, no, they've been past billions. So let's just get that out the way. Okay. I just want to show you what kind of money these people have. So when you have that kind of money, why are you gambling? What are you standing to win? Something you've quantified? What? Or are you going to win another 3 million, 10 million, $100 million? Shit, you're paying the fighters $100 million. What are you standing to win? $500 million? All right, put that in my bank account. I made that fucking 30 years ago. Like that 500 million would probably, I don't know, pay for a summer. This is not the kind of money that, this is not the kind of, like, look, the point I'm trying to make is, why would the Saudi prince help out the bookies that all the bookies in the world do not coexist together? What bookie in the world is he working with that everybody on the planet are making bets with that particular bookie? You would need everybody that Turkey al-Sheikh is setting up the fight for everybody to bet on his website. That's what he would need. Las Vegas doesn't pay Turkey al-Sheikh. Fucking all these websites that you could bet, mybookie.com, DraftKings. You think DraftKings gives a percentage to Turkey for what? Oh, thank you, Turkey, for setting up the fight so that we all can get paid, but you. Why would he do that? Why would Turkey come in and rig a fight? Okay, let's also think about the other thing, the elephant in the room. Who is Turkey betting against? If he owns the fight, both fighters, the event is his. He's not going up against Golden Boy, Top Rank, none of that. This is a Riyadh season, Turkey al-Sheikh, I put Dana White in charge event. Who is he gambling against? If he sets up the fight for one guy to win, he would be doing that on himself. Turkey would be literally sabotaging himself because the other guy is his fighter. They always have been. And when is it that the world said, oh, Turkey al-Sheikh's with Terrence Crawford? Wait a minute. Didn't Turkey al-Sheikh buy Saul Canelo Alvarez from the PBC? And he said he's going to ride out the rest of his career with Turkey? Isn't Saul Turkey's guy? But Terrence Crawford's holding hands with him. So didn't Saul. They're both his guys. What? So why would he throw the fight, set up the winner in this fight? For what? Just like AJ. When he wanted AJ to win, when that was Turkey's guy, he lost. Just like Deontay Wilder was Turkey's guy, he lost. If Turkey was setting up these fights, he would have had Deontay Wilder and AJ fighting a long time ago like he always wanted. That would have been a mega fight. Oh, he had Ryan Garcia going to fight Devin Haney. What happened? He lost. But everybody's always saying, oh, Turkey's guy is going to win. No, Turkey's guys always lose. But thank God he has both guys. Because he controls Devin Haney and he controls Ryan Garcia. All Turkey actually has to do is what he has been doing. Allow nature to take its course. Whatever the outcome is, either way, he wins. If Saul wins this fight, Turkey wins. If Terence Crawford wins this fight, Turkey wins. How does he lose? He controls everything. Why would he fucking care about any betting or bookie site in the world? He probably can buy that. He probably has more money than all of them combined. I don't know how the fight fans are not seeing this. I don't know how people don't recognize, wait a minute, this is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this in the sport of boxing. One man control everything? It's typically you're dealing with a network, a promoter on this side, a promoter on that side, sharks over here, lawyers over there, manager, boxer. Turkey owns it all. There's no promoters that he's going against. Nope. Once you come aboard, your fighter becomes my fighter. I give you money. You step aside. Your fighter does what I say. That's what happens with Turkey when Subriel Matias fought one fight. He couldn't even fight his freaking mandatory because Turkey said, no, you're fighting Dalton Smith. Bro, prime example. Wake up, people. I've never seen anything like this in the sport of boxing. Where that, in actuality, what he's doing, he's making fucking boxing honest. That is the purest way to hold a boxing match. Because I know you were not cheating. I know you're not cheating. Why would you shoot yourself in the foot? Whatever fight you're trying to build, just put it together. Why would you need that gimme fight if you got the ability to pull off the fight? Just go right to the fight. What would you need a gimme fight for people can criticize you and accuse you of setting a fight up? Why would you want that? If you could already put together the fight. Huh? Bro, I have never witnessed anything like this. That's why I know when I hear all these, Terence is Turkey's guy. Where you guys been, under a rock? I thought Saul was Turkey's guy. Didn't he buy him out of he's gonna fight Jake Paul? No, you're not. No, you're not. Saul, you will not tie your name to that fucking Jake Paul. You guys heard how Turkey feels about Jake Paul, right? And he was like, hell no. He took Saul Canelo Alvarez away from all of that bullshit. Thank God he did. Thank God he did, because now he beat Tank Davis. Talk about Tank Davis as the cash cow of fucking boxing, but he needs Jake Paul to sell tickets. But you the cash cow. You the cash cow, but your last 3 fights, your dollar amount, mysteriously has not been posted. You're the cash cow, but for the highest paying boxers of last year, the top 6, you're not on the list. Tank Davis, not on the list. For last year's list. What about this year's list that he fought how many times already? Yeah, do the math. Yo, they're not letting, all of a sudden, when that Ryan Garcia fight happened with Tank Davis, yo, they was all over social media with the gate numbers, the amount of money he made on pay-per-view. They were smearing it in your face, saying, who's the cash cow now of boxing? Who's the face of boxing? Look at me, Tank Davis. But miraculously, your last 3 full fights now, I don't know how many it was. I think it's 3 fights. You ain't did that. You ain't released the gate number. You ain't released what you made. You ain't released nothing. But now you need Jake Paul. And I'm glad Saul Canelo Alvarez didn't go that way in his career. I'm glad. I like Jake Paul. I don't mean to discredit Jake Paul in any way. My man, continue doing what you're doing. I'm actually jealous of you, Jake Paul. And I can say that because if I had the opportunity to do what you're doing, I would do it too. There's no question I would do it too. And I know and I understood Jake Paul. It took me a second to realize what he was doing. But all Jake Paul is actually doing is having an amateur career on a world stage until he felt like he got better enough to be a pro. He just fought gimme fights on a world stage and made millions of dollars doing it. He had no amateur background, no Olympic gold medals, none of that shit. Jake Paul. And he was just simply having an amateur fight, but with no headgear. And he was fighting and putting together all these fights while meanwhile calling himself a professional boxer, which led most people with a bad taste in their mouth because they said, that's not a professional, until I saw what Jake Paul was doing. Very smart, man. And if you can do it like, man, I am jealous. I am jealous. Let me tell you something right now. You mean to tell me that these two, and you know, I'm going to say because these two white dudes, white kids from Nickelodeon and YouTube, you mean to tell me you and your brother Logan came into a sport and you were able to convince not one, but two legends of boxing to come out to fight you and your brother? Logan Paul fought Floyd Mayweather and Jake Paul fought Mike Tyson. I can't hate on you for that, bro. You mean to tell me if I could pull some shit like that off and offer those legends enough money and sell it that people would come out and watch us? Yo, hats off to you, bro. You pulled off some amazing shit. There are people in this world that would love to share the ring with Floyd Mayweather just for one night, 30 seconds. I would love just to lace up gloves and not even really spar. I don't want him to hit me. I would just do a walkthrough. Me and Floyd doing a walkthrough. Come on, Floyd. Like, you know, I don't want him to hurt me and I don't want to hurt him. I would never fucking punch Floyd in the face. Right? So, you know, but just to put on gloves with him and hit my glove. Oh my God, bro. Like, what? Are you fucking serious? But Mike Tyson, yo, Mike, what up, baby? Like, come on, Mike. That's fucking Iron Mike Tyson right there. Oh my God, I'd fucking, I'd die right there. Right? Right? Like, and so, damn, Logan Paul, man, and Jake Paul pulled that kind of shit off, man. They did it like in real time, in real, like, they were able to share the ring with our legends and make millions of dollars on it. So, man, I can't hate on that, man. I can't fucking hate on that. I just can't. That they pulled that shit off, man. And I'm just like in awe. Yeah. A bit jealous, you know. But that's a good jealousy. And I'm not ashamed to admit it because that was some cool ass shit. Freaking Nickelodeon kid. Why is my wife standing there? She's coming home from work now. Crawford's a beach guy. Yeah, I read that. Wow, I'm way down there. Yeah. Collazo versus that'd be a good fight right there. That would be a good fight. Yeah, we do have a good weekend of boxing right now. You know, is Naoya Inoue gonna have to come and save the weekend again, guys? Remember what happened last time Saul fought? And the Ryan Garcias, the Ryan Garcia, the Devin Haney's, the Teofimo Lopez, they all went that weekend in New York. Then the next day, Saul Canelo Alvarez fought William Skull. And that whole fucking weekend card was a fucking that the Saudi prince and everybody went from New York, got on a jet, flew halfway across the world. He took everybody with him. You know what I'm saying? And Saul didn't save the night. Who saved that weekend in boxing? Naoya, the monster Inoue. He saved that weekend of boxing with, let's mention, Roman Cardenas, his dancing partner that really showed up and made that fight interesting. Hats off to you, Roman Cardenas. Okay? But Naoya Inoue saved the weekend. He gave us a fight. After Turkey threw all that money to all them dudes, the fight that was not funded by Turkey was the best fight. Was the best fight. And they also had, remember in New York City, they had on that same card with Devin Haney and Teo fought with Ryan lost to Rolly. If I'm not mistaken, they had that Japanese kid making his debut. Remember he fought that Williams kid, that the brother, remember? They had their own version of the Japanese fighter. And that card didn't kick off like that. No, it didn't. So Naoya Inoue, you know, this Terrence Crawford fight, I hope lives up to all expectation. You know, we'll see what happens. You know, is Naoya Inoue gonna have to save the night again? If I had to be like, I doubt it. I doubt that uh this fight is gonna be boring for Terrence Crawford and Saul. I doubt it. Saul looks too good in shape. Saul looks good. He looks way better than that William Skull fight. And that was a pretty decent turnaround for Saul in his situation. Because let's remember that his last fight was with William Skull. Naoya Inoue fought the next day on Sunday. This fight is 4 months later, 5 months later, right? 4.5 months, right? And once again, Saul's gonna fight the next day. Naoya Inoue's gonna fight. And Saul doesn't fight like that. So Saul knew that he had to capitalize on his momentum and stay in camp. He looks amazing right now. But both fighters look amazing. Terrence Crawford looks amazing too. He looks great right now. So and that's why this fight is so intriguing for both guys on both sides. May the best man win. That's all I got to say. May the best man win. I love you, Saul Canelo Alvarez, for what you have done in the sport of boxing. Mr. Terrence Crawford, I love you too. I can't say enough about both of you fighters and how you guys carried the sport on your shoulders when there were times that the sport were going down. Thank God for men like you. Fights like that you provided for us that really kept us tuned in, and to all the guys that also contribute throughout the years. I think that these young men and women need to fight the best, and I think it's good for boxing. You have a responsibility to boost up your sport, to keep your sports prestigious, strong. You know what I mean? And I think these are two gentlemen that done exactly that. Respect to both fighters. Um, I can sit here all day and break down breakdowns and really tell you, what I feel, but I would be remiss to say that I really knew the way Terrence Crawford was going to perform at 168 when I have no data, no information on that. I have never seen him at 168. I don't know how he's going to move. The only thing I have is hope. All I have is hope of what of the fighter I believe is going to show up. And unfortunately, that's not good enough, unless he pulls it off. So I see that Terrence Crawford has a big assignment in front of him. I see that Terrence Crawford, if I had to say, he's the underdog in this fight. But we've seen countless of underdogs come back and win the big fights. So, here, let me get down. What's up? Oh, did I hear about Bud's shoulder injury? And they said it was Cap. That right there is interesting. No fighter is going to admit they're hurt. There isn't a fighter in the world that would ever admit that. Even myself. Like I told you guys, going into my fight on November 8th against uh um the boss there, right? OG the boss, I would never admit that I was hurt. I'm just still gonna fight. You see, I don't think that Lomachenko admitted he was hurt when he fought Teofimo Lopez. Then he talked about it after. I don't think Floyd Mayweather revealed that his hands were hurt going into multiple of his fights. It's never gonna say. And then you're gonna hear other sides say, "Yo, that's cap. No, he's not hurt. This never happened," and blah blah blah, and this and that. Sometimes you don't really know what to believe. Maybe one guy got out of there with the truth and said it, and then it's the PR team to discredit that, you know. So sometimes there could be truth behind some of these things, and sometimes some of it could be lies. You know, you don't know, but I could guarantee you one thing: Bud Crawford's team would never admit that. Never. The only time they will admit it will be after the fight. That's it. But going into this fight, I don't care if Terence Crawford's right arm fell off. They would report, yeah, it fell off, but it grew right back. A brand new one, better than the one before that one, grew back 10 seconds later. Yeah, that's what happened. You know, they're not gonna, he's already got a better arm. We already got him a better one than the last one. Like they're gonna make up some stuff that it's just, so that's kind of like something, unless you're like in the loop with them, would be something I really take with a grain of rice. You know, I'm not going to use that to put my money on. No, that could be misleading. That could be misleading. Don't do that. Don't say, oh, he's got to show that I'm going to put money on. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Mm-mm. And like I said, I actually wouldn't put money on this fight. No, I just, the odds are not good enough. First of all, I know they're not going to be good enough coming into fight night. I know they're going to fluctuate a little bit more and change, but it's not going to be a good money fight anyway, just to start with. Then, I like both guys too much. I like both guys too much. I'm not going against Saul, and I don't want to go against Terence. No. My gut tells me, Edwin, say and do the right thing. Damn it, Saul, you know Saul is favorite, Edwin. You know Saul is going to beat Terence. You know that, right, Edwin? And I'm saying this in my head. I'm like, who the fuck jumps up 3 weight divisions and fights this kind of guy with that kind of chin and this kind of power? And yo, Edwin, what do you are you dumb or stupid? Are you gonna go in with the narratives that you're always fighting against? You're constantly coming on your show pointing out the corruption and the narrative that they're trying to put out, but yet you're gonna buy into one? Wake up. Wake up. Oh, yeah, that's right. Saul's supposed to beat him. That's one side. The other side of me, they sold me the fight. They sold me the fight. How? Look who they put up, Terence Crawford. His name by itself will sell the fight because we know who he is. Sold me the fight. Now they got me hopeful, wishful thinking. Do I need to smack myself again? Wake the fuck up. My boxing mind keeps telling me. But intriguing enough, shit, I gotta admit, there are certain men I can bet on in my life to show up. Whether it's that spells victory or not, I know they're gonna show up. Whenever you see a game or another team face another team, you know that that team is gonna show up during that time. And what I really believe is Terence Crawford is the type of man that's gonna show up to this fight. You know? So, if anybody can pull it off, that's a good sell. That's a good name to put against Saul Canelo Alvarez. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. It was better than the Jamel Charlo name. And even though I think that Jamel Charlo was more qualified by size, physique, you know, Terence Crawford's more intriguing for some reason. It's his competitive nature throughout the way people talk about him, his coaches, his wrestling coach in high school, everybody. everybody that's played basketball against them, played checkers against them, they always see that Terrence Crawford wants to prove to you he can beat you in whatever you're good at. If you were next to Terrence Crawford and we were outside just having a conversation and I said, Terrence Crawford, you're not better than me in hopscotch, that man would hop up. What you mean I'm not better than you? How do you play it? He probably won't even know the rules. How do you play it? You got to do this, and this. Okay, let's go. Show me you're better. He's going to beat you in it. He's going to play you until he beats you. And he's going to get good at whatever you think you're better. That's what kind of psychotic mind Terrence. Bro, have you read the stories about him? Have you seen the even the Netflix things? There was a part I was walking out of the room during this part, and I came back and I laughed because he said something about baking, and Terrence said, I'm the best about baking. And then he went to say something, and he said, I'm the best. He said, bro, I gave you the baking part. Chill out. Like Terrence, you always want to be the best at everything, right? It goes to show you. You can't say you're better than him in nothing. In nothing. I'm telling you, bro, he's going to beat you in what, bro, if you said, yo, I can spit farther than you, what you, no, you can't. Like, yo, he's so goddamn competitive, Terrence. And that right there is something I can't bet against. I've seen that kind of will overcome, beat tremendous obstacles. A man's will. How far are you willing to go? Buster Douglas was ready to die in that ring against Mike Tyson on that day. He promised his mom that passed away I was going to win. He came in that ring amazing in shape. For no fight before or after that had he ever been in that kind of shape. That level of dedication to fight Mike Tyson at that time. And who was Buster Douglas before that Mike Tyson fight? Yeah, that's what I thought. You know? So, can you devise a game plan to beat one guy on one night? I've seen that happen before. Intriguing? Yeah. Yeah. Because I study men like Terrence Crawford. If Terrence Crawford was born in a different time, he'd be conquering shit. He'd be the leader of his fucking army, and he'd be fucking invading villages right now on horseback. Yeah, he would. He'd be taking over castles. And Naoya, men like that, Naoya Inoue would be on his end, and his over there invading his castles, and Usyk would be on his side. Those are those kind of conquering type dudes. That's what they look like. We're just in a different time, in a different era. But if we were in a different era, they would just be themselves. I can bet on that. I can count on that. And if we were in a different time right now, if Terrence Crawford heard of Saul Canelo Alvarez being this great force on a Mexican side that live in a castle, right now, Terrence Crawford's troops would be in front of the castle. Hey, come outside, bro. Yo, come talk that shit over here, or we going in that castle. That's what would be going on right now. Terrence Crawford and his army are in front of Saul Canelo Alvarez's castle right now. They about to invade that bitch. There's no talking negotiation. They both want blood. There's no reasoning. You can't pay Terrence Crawford's weight in gold. He doesn't want that. He wants your head. Unless you can give him his head on a platter, then he ain't satisfied. He cannot walk around knowing that there was someone that they thought was better than you. We can't coexist. You think he could beat me up? Really? Yo, outside. No, we can't get along. There's no, we can't live in the same fucking continent. You're going to have to pack your shit up and move to the other side of the earth, or you're going to have to fight me. Pick. But you're going to have to pick right now. I'm going to make it for you. How are you going to, you're going to recognize me punching you in the face in about 10 seconds. That's what's going to happen. Because if you don't answer me, I'm going to answer it for you. No, we're going to fight. There's no negotiation. There's none of that shit. I can't live with you in the same area knowing people are saying you can beat me in any way. Motherfucker, don't worry about nothing. I will find you. I will find you. Pull up. Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah. What's your name? Yeah. You know who I am? No. Okay. This is who I am. This is who you are. You know what? And they say you're a pretty good fighter. Yeah, I'm a pretty decent fighter in my own right. Yeah. Okay. Let's the subtleties all aside. I will fuck you up. Really? That got your attention? Get up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I've seen that happen so many times. Neighborhoods. It was just like you couldn't be in the same neighborhood with a guy that thought can beat you. It was just y'all were eventually gonna have to fight each other. That's what happens. So, but yeah, man, this is such an intriguing fight. But may the best man win, man. May the best man win. I love Bud. I like Saul, man. You know, I can't pick against neither fighter. I can't. I just can't. I just can't. In reality, I can't. I got my show and everything, and I want to tell you who I believe is going to win and why. I have different ways of, I think that Saul will, on Saul's time, I think that Saul will actually stop Terrence Crawford. I think at a certain point in the fight, that's what it should look like. It should look like him breaking him down. I think that Terrence Crawford is going to try to utilize his legs, and I think that Saul Canelo Alvarez is building a game plan to keep up with him, keep that kind of pressure in his face, and break him down round by round. That's how I see it for Saul's side. For Terrence Crawford's side, I see him being really defensively sound in this fight. He's going to have to block a lot of these shots to minimize the damage round by round basis. He's going to really have to work off his jab, surprise Saul Canelo Alvarez with a selection of his punches. He's going to have to stay disciplined the whole course of the fight, all 36 minutes. He's going to have to stay on alert. He's going to have to use his feet, but at the same time, get Saul Canelo Alvarez's respect, meaning he's going to have to stand, fight off the front foot, and sit down on some of his punches. But he's going to have to really pick his moments. Not coming off a big shot, hitting Saul, that Saul's like, you know how when you punch somebody hard, he wants to get that one back. Now his spider senses is that much in tune. That's when you pretty much make it safe. When you lull him to sleep just slightly is when you want to sit down on your punches and hit big, get counters. But also Terrence Crawford wants to, before every round finish, he needs to believe he won that round. Terrence, as long as he's putting the rounds in the bag, I think he can spell victory over Saul. Yeah. So, I mean, though that's my breakdown on how I see both fighters winning. I really don't see a version of the fight where Terrence stops Saul Canelo Alvarez, but I didn't see that in the Errol Spence Jr. fight neither. I had Terrence Crawford winning in that fight, but I didn't think he was going to beat the brakes off Errol like that. Terrence Crawford could have got charged for that. They should file criminal charges for you know what I mean, for the kind of ass whooping he did to Errol, bro. So I didn't think that would happen in the Errol Spence Jr. fight, but it goes to show you that car accident really affected Errol. I don't think he does that to the original Errol. Eliminate the car accident to Errol and have him come in the fight the way he did with Cal Brook or whatever. Nah, I don't think he beats Errol like that. Errol's body's fucked up, bro. Got too many nuts and bolts and screws in it now. All over. Detached retinas and shit. Errol was not the same fighter. He had the same name. He just wasn't the same fighter. And none of us wanted to believe that car accident affected him because he already had two fights, one with Danny Garcia and one with Ugas. But it was true. That car accident was too much. You guys saw the pictures while he was in the bed all like, he was rock. Errol looked bad. Remember, his face was all like peeled on one side down to the white meat, bro. That shit. He was pink. Damn. All his teeth got knocked out. That fucking steering wheel broke his shit. Probably broke his jaw. detached retina, his waist. He had that surgery on his hips. He couldn't even move his hips in the Ugas fight. He said he used to go to bed crying. How do you get off all that medication too? All those narcotics. You know how many athletes get hurt like that and get on that narcotics and then they slip? It's a slippery slope. Once that doctor says, "Oh, no more pills," how'd you get off that? You know how many painkillers? Remember that movie with 50 Cent? They show 50 Cent shooting morphine and he got shot in the jaw and all them bullets. He became like a junkie. And by sheer will and shit, he had to stop that shit, right? You mean to tell me Errol Spence Jr. flipped his car that many times? What was he on his fourth surgery by the time he started healing back up? All those broken ligaments, all that metal inside of him now, all those nuts, bolts, and screws that they put him back together. You just took an aspirin for all those months? Some Motrin. That's what y'all believe? What did his eyes look like coming into the Bud fight? Did it look like he was off of all those medications? Really? There's an interview right now. I want you to type it in. My man, $10 donation. Woo! Mr. Miyagi. With the love. How you doing? Salute, Mr. Miyagi. And you saw him in the ring with Errol Spence Jr. that night. Look into Errol's eyes. What you guys see? Tell me what you saw. And there's an interview with Errol Spence Jr. that he says right before the fight that the doctor gave him a shot for his fractured rib. And I said, what fractured rib on planet Earth have I ever heard a doctor give you a shot in your rib? What did he shoot into your rib? Super glue? What fixes a rib injury? Novocaine? You think you're gonna numb the area? What kind of shot? Whenever I hurt my ribs playing football or jumping from one roof to another roof as a kid, or from falling out of one tree to on the ground, my mom took me to the hospital. Every time I had a rib injury, they put that bandage around you and sent you home. There was no, they said rest to heal a rib injury. What medication do they shoot inside you that helps with a rib injury? I just want to know. And that came out of Errol Spence Jr.'s mouth. I'm not hearing this from a third party. I'm not reporting this, like saying that I'm making this up or I think that a doctor shot him in the rib. No, I'm going by what the man said. Errol himself. $10 super chat from Mr. Miyagi. Edwin, been missing some of the lies, but I know you're working hard for the border wars. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, Mr. Miyagi. What I heard about that is that most likely the zone might take the lead. What it's saying on the social media so far is that the Naoya Inoue fight, depending on what part. See, for the UK, 100% the zone is where you'll see it. The UK has already claimed the rights to the Naoya Inoue side. So if you're on the UK side, you're going to have to watch it from the zone. If you're on the Japan side and that side, Lemos, a streaming app, they are going to be filming it for the Japan side. So if you're on the Japan, you would have to see it from there. From the UK is the zone. For America, they're saying that we have to look up our network provider, whatever you got. Like, I guess if you have Spectrum or whatever, it's a free fight. So you would have to look up there and then look it up. hopefully as we get closer to the fight, um, they definitively give us something for America. But I'm not sure what it is because but they 100% the zone has already bought the rights for the Naoya Inoue fight to film it out there. So if so, Mr. Miyagi, your question is the zone because you're out there. So at least you got a fucking platform, where you can go watch it quick. You know, I just canceled my subscription to a little while ago to Top Rank because they will no longer be. I mean, I'm not to Top Rank. I'm sorry, to ESPN. I canceled my subscription to ESPN because they will no longer have the rights to the Naoya Inoue fights. He is the only reason why I subscribe to ESPN because they had the rights to him. Yeah. Now they don't got the rights to him. I don't know where the home of top ranked fighters are going to be. I really don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know what's going to happen with all of them or if they're just going to make a contract with the zone. It would be very interesting because I don't have a definitive answer for you for that. Rumble in the jungle. Never forget. Bud, Rumble in the jungle? What is he saying here? Rumble in the jungle. Never forget. Bud forcing Canelo to. Look it. That's the real Rumble in the jungle right there. Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman. God rest their soul. Both of them fighters died. And that is the real Ringside Magazine book inside that glass case. The entire Ringside Magazine book, the original one, that's it. I bought that in Puerto Rico in a gift shop. Guy basically gave it to me. I did give him $20 though. Yeah, Rumble in the Jungle, man. Great fight, huh? Great fight. But what? Pug Pugilzilms. You got too many L's and I's. This is fucking with my eyes. I've been trying to sound out your name for a minute. You guys know that how bad my eyes are. I keep telling my wife I'm gonna get these glasses. It seems like it's not happening. I'm in so much denial. But these are the kind of names that mess me up. When you got, I think that's an ILL. I think that's another I. And I think what's that in? Is that a fucking E or a Z? I don't know. But I've trained myself to read like this for a while. So even though I see blurry words now, I've kind of figured out what the blurry word was because later I'll go on and I'll put on my glasses, my super glasses. You guys want to have a big laugh? Some of you guys know this, some of you guys don't. You guys want to know how blind I am? But like up close like this, like regular people, like I can see perfect. But when it's like words and shit, so what I do is later when I don't want to be laughed at, but you guys could have a laugh on me. I don't care. I'll embarrass myself. I don't give a fuck, right? Arrows show signs of that. I'm slip in what? Discipline before I could. It's just the lifestyle, brother. The money, being young. It's just the pitfalls of life, bro. It happens to the best of us. But in order for me to read some of y'all messages that I developed this way of reading everything. But when I really want to read it and find out what you guys are saying, I gotta put these on. Watch. Hold on. Let me clip it on at least right because I broke them and I had to fix them with some fucking at the Mickey Mouse and back on. But here we go. Bam! Them are my glasses. But now I gotta get all the way up to the screen over here. No, wait. And if shit get crazy, I got a light. You know what I'm saying? I can just be like, yo, what you say? Yo, that's how blind your boy is. That is it's a Z. Ah, that's how blind your boy is, right? So sometimes when I don't read your names and shit, It's because either you guys are new and I'll go back later and I'll read it and I'll be like, okay, that's what it is. That's what it said and shit. Because I've been known to mess up people's names. I have been known to change a person's name. So I'm trying to stop doing that and saying the right name and shit. So that's why, but bear with me with that. But I definitely, I love all you guys' comments and everything. If it wasn't for these two bad little eyes right here, we'd be conversating better. But bear with me with that. Stay with me. Keep texting. Keep interacting. Well, you know what I'm saying? And I typically, some of you that I don't know, I will shout you out on the next video and stuff if I remember, because now it's been like some videos far in between because of my training. You know, I gotta lock it in and shit. So yeah, yeah, definitely. I don't recall the what? I don't recall the best disciplined fighters hitting. Warranted in retaliation. Hmm. Listen, I don't want to accuse a man of anything that I don't know about, right? But I'm street savvy. And I've had either family members or friends or multiple run-ins with drugs and the symptoms of watching a person on drugs. And I couldn't help but feel a certain kind of way the night I saw Errol Spence Jr. in the ring with Terrence Crawford. His eyes were like glazy. They look like glass. The kind of eyes that you see when you rot and your body is peaking on the drug. You get like these glasses eyes. They become like real crystal, like your eyes look like glassy, like you're gonna cry, but it's like steady staying there. It's weird. Some people's voices change, the complexion change, some people's jaws start rocking, depending what drug type you're using. There are always different symptoms for the drug itself, but I didn't like it. But I'm not accusing him of being on it. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying you look at it for yourself. You make a judgment for yourself. You know what I'm saying? I have a feeling of something of sorts. Just like I think of the two Charlo twin brothers right now. I think that they're battling substance, not mental health. But who am I to accuse these guys of this? I have no proof on none of this. I don't know these guys personally. I'm not in their circle. I can't say, but I'm worried. I'm voicing my concern. And even like for myself, you know, I could fall down pitfalls like that any day or any time. Um, it doesn't mean that it isn't no less true or that it can't happen to a man. Yeah, it happens. Shit happens in the world. It's how you get up and you respond. Uh, what is Errol gonna do after this? He hasn't fought since Terrence Crawford. Meanwhile, Terrence Crawford is signing 50 million fight deals. And he's fighting up there, and we haven't seen much of Errol, have we? So we haven't seen much of Terrence neither. So he can't. How many fights did Terrence Crawford fight before after that Errol? One fight? One fight. Like, yeah, one fight. That's it. So he ain't doing like he already fought 3 times and Errol ain't fought. So because of Terrence Crawford's inactivity, and I think also because of his future plans back then that he was gonna try to jump up, his eyes were set on Saul this whole time, even before the Israel Majimov fight. He just took that fight to kill two birds with one stone, get a belt, another division under his belt, but also prepared him to try to go up. You know, My man. Hold on. Let me get. What's he saying over here? Rumble New Jacob, aerospace. Blah, blah, blah. I read all that. Don't recall the best. I read that. I read that. He barely survived Ugas and almost dropped the fight during the flash moment when Ugas had when his mouthpiece came down. You're talking about Errol Spence Jr. When Ugas hit him and his mouthpiece went down, the arrow went down to get it, and Ugas hit him again and went again. You're talking about that moment? Yeah. If you're talking about that moment, which I believe you are. It just it's just Mr. Miyagi with the member. He is a member. Thank you for being a member. It's just the zone hasn't got it on its schedule. Yeah, ATM. Okay. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. I A lot of help is on the way. We got a lot of big fights, big matches, both days, Saturday and Sunday. If you want to tune in for the Naoya Inoue fight, it's the next day. It's going to be a very early fight. Um, you know, I'm seeing different things for this fight on the Naoya Inoue. One website says 4:30. The card stops. And I was talking with my boy the other day about this, and the other one says that the main card is going to start off at 6:30, which typically means Naoya Inoue would probably be entering the ring around 9 in the morning. But I don't want you guys to wake up at 8:30 and be like, "Oh shit, the fight's over." Like, so you I'll get some more on it, see if I can get the message out to you guys. But if you don't see my message or whatever, I would definitely do my homework on when or where the fight's gonna start. I remember one time they got me like that, right? I saw one website. It said 4:30 in the morning. The fight's gonna. Man, that was the entire card, all fucking 900 prelim fights too. And I ended up watching Naoya Inoue that time into the ring at around 9:30. And I was up at 4:30 in the morning. And the main fight didn't kick off until 9:30. I was like, damn, man, I could have been in bed all the way until like 8:30 in the morning. So, um, knowing and finding out exactly and not don't just go by one website. Make sure you double down on it. Okay. That's my best advice because they're not lying to you or trying to, you know, but they're telling you the truth. The entire card, the first of it, might start off at 4:30. The main card, the main five card fights on the main card, that'll start off at 6:30, I believe. So I just want to make sure because they're not all the same. The Naoya Inoue fights, the time slots have not all been the same. Some fights were earlier than others. Yes. Yes. I wish I could tell you, no, he always fights on that. And he always fights on a Tuesday. He always fights on a Tuesday. We watch his fight on Monday, but it's Tuesday out in Japan. If you didn't know that. You might think he fights on Monday, but the day overlaps by the time in Japan. I think it's like a 13-hour difference or some shit like that. It's like dumb. It's a big jump in hours, huge. So I know it's never the day. It's actually like, for instance, he'll be fighting Sunday here, but it'll be Monday in Japan. So he's actually fighting on Monday night. It'll be like in Japan, he'll be entering the ring around 9 o'clock, 9:30. In Japan, he'll be entering the ring at 9:30. And like to get a fight at 9 o'clock over here in the morning type shit. It's weird like that. I'm not sure on the exact number. I didn't get that down, but it's a big one. Yeah, that's the moment. Yeah. Help is on the way. I have to watch Naoya Inoue. You guys know how I feel about the man. You know what I'm saying? Look, who you guys taking in the Naoya Inoue fight against MJ? MJ's the one they say that was Naoya Inoue was avoiding him. Me, who I got in that fight? Not sure who I want to take in the fight. I'm gonna give you guys 3 guesses who I got in the fight. I don't think you're gonna need all 3. I think you're just gonna need 1. Okay? Yo, I got my bandana ready. I'm ready. Listen, Naoya Inoue makes me proud to be Japanese. You're not Japanese. Oh, okay. But anyway, Japarican. Yo, this dude is dope, man. Yo, he's something else, man. There he is. He's something else. And Naoya Inoue is about to, right after the Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, bro, he's going into this ring, bro. He's going into the ring. And I think I like this fight a lot because it really speaks to when they say, oh, you're not fighting the best or you're avoiding this guy right here. MJ, you had a lot to say. Naoya Inoue, stop dogging me. Usyk power, right? Okay. You had a lot to say, bro. You know what they say in life. Careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. All right. Naoya Inoue, MJ saying that he was avoiding and always promised to fight this, that, and a third, and you know what I mean? All right. You want to talk that shit? You and your promotional company, Ed Hearn, is trying to convince the whole world that a decorated champion such as Naoya Inoue is scared of you. Wait a minute. MJ, didn't you lose? Who did you lose to? Marlon Tapales? Didn't Naoya Inoue knock out Marlon Tapales, the guy that beat you and took your belts? Now, I understand that the triangle theory doesn't always work, but shit, if I was to I had to, on the outside looking in, you mean to tell me the guy you lost to, he knocked out? You couldn't finish him. You went 12 rounds with homeboy. He stopped him. But yet, somehow, he's avoiding you. He's scared of you. Naoya Inoue, this multiple division world champion, 4 division world champion. MJ, you do know you're only a 1 division world champion. Although you got 2 belts real fast in your career, you only have 1 division. Naoya Inoue has 4 divisions. How many title fights have you had in a row? MJ, how many title defenses? Have you ever unified in? But yet, this guy, highly decorated, battle-tested, accomplished fighter, you're going to say that Naoya Inoue is avoiding you? Okay. And then who believed this shit? How many of these fucking Naoya Inoue haters, because that's what they are, haters, try to shit on this man and try to actually double down on the lie that Naoya Inoue was avoiding MJ? No. What Naoya Inoue was doing was not acknowledging someone that wasn't worthy. You ever see somebody that try to talk their way into something? Sometimes they're so loud, you got to stop. You got to step back and smack them. But you knew the whole time, bro, all you are is mouth. That's all you are. Truth be told, MJ does not deserve this fight. That's the truth. Who the fuck does MJ beat? What did he do to merit him a fight against this kind of champion? Tell me. After losing his belt, who did he fight? A guy named ranked 88 and a guy ranked 53 in the world? No one in the top 30, no one in the top 20, no one in the top 10. No, he didn't do anything like that. So when we're talking about rightfully so deserving, why do you think Naoya Inoue didn't answer his calls? When he was yelling, you're avoiding me, ducking me, brother, because you're not worthy. You didn't deserve a fight with me. You talked your way into this fight by selling it with your promotional company and everything, and having these guys, the WBA, back you up and give you that made-up ranking that you had. Because once upon a time, you was working with their organization and you was representing their belt. That's all. It didn't mean that you deserved this fight. So Naoya Inoue was rightfully so. You know what he did as a champion? He said, I'm not going to give it to the guy that's shit talking and that trying to talk his way back into a fight. I want to fight the next available loyal guy. But then the Naoya Inoue hit a wall. When he tried to do the honorable thing, like fight the number one contender in Sam Goodman, that wasn't the number one contender in one belt, but two. He was the number one for the IBF and the WBA, right? Sam Goodman. When Naoya Inoue tried to do the honorable thing by fighting the next man up, it all fell apart. The next man up doesn't want to fight him. Sam Goodman said no. David Allen Picasso said no. And he started realizing that shit, maybe I might have to fucking fight this loudmouth MJ guy. So he said, all right, fuck it, I'll fight him. But rightfully so, MJ does not deserve this fight, and wasn't no one on planet Earth avoiding him. No one. But it doesn't make MJ a bum. No, it doesn't. That dude, MJ, that Uzbekistan guy, that dude can fight. Had it been any other fighter, I think if he fights Marlon Tapales again, he'll beat Marlon Tapales. He might beat him again if they fight again. MJ beats 85% of everybody up there. He's not a bum. By no means. MJ can fight. Rightfully so. He's a strong opponent. But the way he got there on this run, not when he had the two belts, but the way he got there too in Naoya anyway, wasn't exactly, they were dressing him up a bit. Didn't mean that he wasn't worthy. Because you got to keep in mind, this mofo got two belts under 10 fights. I don't think you could be a bum and do that. Mr. Miyagi with the 10 pace. What's up? Let's put this up here. MJ's last fight, some channels say, it is comical. I was trying to sit here and think. I know he didn't fight in the 2 years, but what was his ranking then? What I was trying to think. I was gonna guess it. I don't like guessing sometimes because sometimes I'll be wrong sometimes. Okay, hold on. Marlon to okay. He fought. I want to say, I'm not gonna guess. I'm just gonna look it up. Here we go. MJ. Luis Castillo. Okay, he fought. Let's look up his record. Okay. Right now, this man's ranking right now, today's ranking, I got him up. Luis Castillo right now, he's 31-20, 7 losses. He's been stopped twice, 2 knockouts, right? Right now, he is ranked as a Mexican fighter at the 22-pound weight division. He's ranked 110. Out of 346 registered Mexican fighters there, he's ranked 110. Worldwide, he's ranked 480. Worldwide. When he came into the fight against MJ, his record was, hold on. When he came into the fight with MJ, he was 13-1. He was MJ was 13-1. I'm sorry, MJ was 13-1. I'm reading the record wrong because that would be hit. Yeah, MJ was 13-1. Okay, so how would I look that up right now? I would have to look up MJ on the night of their fight. Okay, yeah, that's how I would have to do that. I would have to go to his profile. So Luis Castillo was his last fight. He was 31-6 when they've met. Luis was 31-6, and at the time when they fought, his ranking was wow, he's dropped down dramatically. He lost a lot of fights since they met. He was ranked number 88 in the world when they met. So there's your answer. Lewis was ranked number 88 when he fought MJ. How the fuck do you fight a guy ranked number 88 and get a title fight for 4 belts? Explain that to me like I'm a 5-year-old. That's worthy? You beat a guy ranked number 88 and you were a former world champion 2 fights ago. What did you do to get there? And what fighter did you beat that was so dangerous that you convinced the world that Naoya Inoue was ducking you? What did you do so impressive that we were like, oh shit, this Japanese dude is avoiding him. He's avoiding him. What did he do? Who did he fight? That's why that shit was bullshit, bro. Naoya Inoue was never ducking MJ, ever. Not for 10 seconds of his life would he ever duck or avoid a guy like that. Good for promotion, dressing it up. Then this is the kind of things we talk about. The politics in boxing, and this is all common. This is every day when guys want to talk up a fight. This happens all the time. Doesn't mean that it's real. And MJ, you about to get we a few days out, 3 days out from the 4 days out from the fight. And MJ, you about to get everything you signed up for. Everything. He's about to give you all that and more. Oh yeah, he is. You know, MJ, look, for the most part, he's got a decent record. He's got a decent record, right? He's fighting Naoya Inoue. Naoya Inoue got 30 fights, 27 big ways by knockout. He only did knock out 3 people in his career, right? Tough dude. And Ricardo Espinoza that he fought was ranked what? Right now, Ricardo Espinoza is ranked number 22. He's been moving up in the ranking because he's been winning fights. Ricardo Espinoza, the reason why I think he's got a high ranking, his record's 30-25 currently. 30-25, meaning that he has 5 losses. He's been stopped twice, right? That means if you take the 5 losses and you put them in between 30 and 25, that means he's either won every fight he's fought. The only 5 fights he lost was them. Between the 25, he only didn't knock out the 5 people he lost to. Everybody else he fought, he knocked out. That's 25 knockouts in 30 fights. 5 losses. You knocked out everybody you fought? Whenever you lost, you lost. Well, he has a 6-round majority decision right here. Oh, the 5 losses and 2 stopped. He got stopped by knockouts. Okay, so I see. Yeah, okay, so he can have a decision, but everybody else he knocked out. Yeah, it's true. He knocked everybody else out. No, he went against Edgar, 10-round unanimous decision. How do they get that in his record under wins? Well, the wins don't have to be necessary knockouts. That's true. My bad. Yeah, the wins could be just wins. It doesn't spell knockout, right? That's true. But that's amazing. That's amazing. The only 5 losses, so every other fight was a win. Every fight, yeah, it was he won. That's pretty good, but not high-ranking fighters. So MJ didn't fight him, and his best ranking right now is 22. On the night they met, he was ranked number 58. So NJ fought him at rank number 58, not ranked number 22. And one of the stops and losses, MJ stopped him. So one of his 5 losses, one of those stops, 2 times that he got stopped, was a stoppage from Akmadalia, MJ. MJ was one of the people that stopped him. And the way that MJ stopped him in their fight, it was just a one-sided event. It was no competition for MJ when he fought him. Lewis, I remember that fight. He dog walked Lewis. And Lewis came into that fight. I thought he was like undefeated or some shit. Remember, I think he came into that fight at the time. He was supposed to be undefeated or some shit. They dressed him up in some way. I remember. I don't know all the details. I can't remember everything. They're like, oh, this is Lewis dude, blah, 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 blah. And then Ed Hearn fucked up at the press conference. I do remember this, where that Ed Hearn says, Luis Castillo is tailor-made for MJ to knock him out. Oops, you let the cat right out of the bag on that one. I thought this was going to be a tough fight, but he's tailor-made for him to get knocked out. Yeah, you guys knew that. You guys knew he was going to knock him out. Like, the matchmakers are good when they do their job right. Matchmakers got real good eyes. That's why they're the guys that made, because they know, and they knew he was going to knock him out. So, just bullshit, bro. Mark, what's up, baby? Sergi, his last knockout was against Sergi Kovalev. Nah, wasn't it against Caleb Plant? Mark, didn't Canelo knock out Caleb Plant? Was Sergio Kovalev when he went up? Was that after the Caleb Plant? He went up and then came back down, right? Or did he go up and then come back down? I could find this out right now. Yeah, I'll find that out right now for you. And for myself. It's always good to know, right? Don't guess shit, right? I always want to pride myself in looking up facts and shit, but sometimes I speak out of turn. Sometimes I don't always got the time to speak the facts. Mr. Miyagi is dropping the love today with the super chat. What's up, brother? Yeah, let me get this up for you. What were we looking up to? Let me stay focused. We were looking up Saul Canelo Alvarez, and I was just wondering if he went up or down before, and that was actually his last knockout. So I just got to confirm his last, Saul Canelo Alvarez's last knockout. That's all I'm trying to do right now. I said, let's get down to the bottom of the list. William Schofield, the last fight. Unanimous decision, or loss to Demetrius Bivol. Caleb Plant. I'm right. He fought Billy Joe Sanders. Wait a minute. Sergio Kovalev was way after. He beat Sergio Kovalev at 175 pounds. Then after Sergio Kovalev, he went on and fight Callum Smith. Then after Callum Smith, he fight the Yildrick. How do you say his name? Yildrick guy fight. I'm sorry, I'm messing up his name. He fought him. He stopped him in the 3rd round, right? Then he fought Billy Joe Saunders, right? Saunders. He fought Billy Joe Saunders. Then he knocked out Caleb Plant. He knocked out Caleb Plant 2001 11-6 at 168 pounds. He knocked out Caleb Plant in the 11th round. Then he lost his next fight against Demetrius Bivol. Then he comes back down. He fights Golovkin. Then he fights John Ryder. Then he fights Jamel Charlo. Then he fights Jaime Munguia. Then he fights Edgar Berlanga. Then he fights William Skull. And here we are at the Terrence Crawford fight to keep you up to date on Mr. Terrence Crawford's record. Mm-hmm. What? Mr. Miyagi says, also, a lot of people are saying that Inoue is not fighting the top comp at his weight. What? These people are crazy. They must be smoking that good shit. But he fought Fulton to, yeah, you, Mr. Miyagi, you know the real. And he names all the fighters. Neri, TJ Doheny, Cardenas, all of them guys, not one of them has been under a ranking of 8. The lowest ranking Naoya Inoue has fought was a number 8 ranking. That's the lowest ranking. The rest of the guys were either the number 1 or number 2 or number 3 ranked opponents. If you didn't know this, Naoya Inoue's, okay, let's look at this, right? Okay, let me think about this for a second, guys. Okay. Since entering the 122, Naoya Inoue fought Stephen Kubo Fulton at 122 pounds. He was a unified world champion. He had 2 belts, the WBO and the WBC. Stephen Kubo Fulton was undefeated at the time. He fights him. His second fight, he fought another unified world champion that had 2 belts in Marlon Tapales. Marlon Tapales was defeated prior going into a fight with Naoya Inoue. Very tough competitor. He was a unified world champion. The next guy he fought was Luis Pantera Nari, which was the number 1 contender for the WBC. You understand? The next guy he would have fought, which would have been, I believe, Sam Goodman, which Sam Goodman was the number 1 for the IBF and the WBA, right? It was the IBF and the WBA or the WBO. I think it was the WBA, right? Okay, either way, he was the number 1 contender for both belts, not 1, but 2. So that was going to be his next opponent. What they end up doing, because he pulled out of the fight, they got TJ Doheny, that was ranked by the WBA number 2 in the world. He had a ranking from the WBA at the number 2 spot, and he was a former world champion coming into the fight with Naoya Inoue. The next fight, he once again, he was supposed to fight. No, TJ Doheny came in for the late replacement, right? Well, who came in to replace Yi Young Kim? No, that was for the Sam Goodman. Yeah. Sam Goodman fucked up 2 fights for Naoya Inoue. That's right. Sam Goodman got an eye cut. No, hold up. That's wrong. Who is TJ Doheny was also a replacement. Someone was supposed to fight Naoya Inoue, then enters TJ Doheny. Was it Sam Goodman? Yeah, I think it was. He wasn't ready. He needed a tune-up fight. That's right. Sam Goodman needed a tune-up fight. He broke that dude. He broke his hands. Enters TJ Doheny, which is a former world champion that had a number 2 ranking. Naoya Inoue fought him because Sam Goodman wasn't ready. Sam Goodman went back into negotiations with Naoya Inoue and mysteriously cut his eye 10 days leading into their fight. Then got a 30-day extension and then pulled out of the fight with another eye cut. Enters Yi Young Kim and like 10 days replacement, 11 days replacement, whatever it was. So that was an emergency replacement because these guys were avoiding to fight him, in which, in fact, Sam Goodman had a #1 ranking for 2 of the major sanctioning bodies. So it goes to show you that Naoya Inoue was only fighting the top level of competition. And only because the top level of competition backed out from fighting him did we get guys like TJ Doheny and Yi Young Kim that should have never been in the ring with Naoya Inoue, but to save the night and save the card, those men stepped up when the guys that had the bigger ranking wouldn't go along with it. And when they had Roman Cardenas in Las Vegas, the only reason why Roman Cardenas got the call is because everybody else that got the call, the Mexican fighters that got the call before him, said no. Like Alan David Picasso. Roman Cardenas should have never fought Naoya Inoue. But because the top guy said, hell no, I'm not fighting him, this other guy, another Mexican, said yes. Because what they were looking for at the time was a Mexican, because it was coming off Mexican Independent Weekend, and Saul Canelo Alvarez that Saturday he was fighting William Skull. The next day, Naoya Inoue was going to fight, and they wanted to captivate with the Mexican crowd in Las Vegas, and the only way they can do that was him fighting a Mexican, not MJ. MJ is not Mexican. And that's why he entered the equation. It was marketing. And sometimes your marketing, your promotional company, and your management will tell you that there will be a fight like this in your career at one point in your life. That you're going to have to take a fight sometime. Necessarily, you're not deemed it wasn't the best option, but lucrative, money-wise, it was the best option. And you as the fighter, you need to see that. We need to capitalize in this moment. You'll get your shot to beating the other guys. And that's all that is, which I always tell you guys, boxing is a sport, a business disguised as a sport. Boxing is a business disguised as a sport. A lot of these guys are prize fighters. And that has to do with boxing, and it goes hand to hand. You can't always be like, yo, this guy, blah, blah, blah. No. There are reasons why some of these fighters up in present day end up getting the opportunity to fight Naoya Inoue. There's reasons behind it. Because why? Because he tried to fight nothing but the best, and the best avoided him. And some people don't think it's worth it. David Allen Picasso's father said, why should I fight him? I'm just going to wait for him to leave the division. Then my son will be a world champion. But long as that monster stays in the division, we're not going to be champion. They were honest. A little too honest, but people gave him shit by that. Like, man, you can't be saying, you scared of him and shit. You like people, but sometimes when we ask for this honesty, then they want to shit on you. But when we ask the fighter, yo, fight this dude, and we're pressuring him to saying, yeah, I'll fight him, but he never fight him. Then all of a sudden now we're calling him a duck. But when we're asking you to be honest and say, yo, just say that you don't want to fight the man, and they say it, now you're something else. Now you're scared. No, you just be honest. You weren't ready. You're not ready for him right now. No, you're not ready for him. So, yeah. Yes, Mark. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And the reason why when you said it, right? Yeah. Caleb Plant was the last one at 168 because this fight's at 168. This fight's at 168. It's not one at 175. So the last time he knocked out somebody at 168 was Caleb Plant. So, yeah, that's why. But the Kovalev, man, he dropped homeboy. Wasn't he undefeated too? Kovalev at the time when he fought Saul. Remember that fight, man? Bro, he dropped Kovalev. You saw his hand go down at the ropes. He went like that. I was like, oh, yo. Like, I didn't think Bivol was Bivol. I didn't think Bivol was going to beat Saul like that. I didn't think he was going to outbox him. Nah. Like, who the fuck was Demetrius Bivol before Saul? I just felt like Demetrius Bivol was like he was a good boxer in his own right, but I didn't feel like he had all this power. Like he was just knocking people out or whatever. Bivol, throughout time, he became a better fighter with each fight. You saw him get better and better and better and better. That's why he surprised a lot of us. The way he was able to control Saul, he shut Saul down. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. He shut him down, bro. He shut him down. Maybe Saul went up and bit off more than he can chew. A little bit too fat, a little too slow. That just goes to show you might be able to beat one guy in the division, just like Tank Davis. He beat 140-pounder in Mario Barrio, and the entire world thinks what? He could beat all the real 140-pounders? I doubt that. Not the top 140-pounders in the world. No, hell no. You might be able to beat one certain guy, but I don't think you're going to live in the division as a champion. Just like Isa Pitbull Cruz. He had enough to beat Rolly, but I didn't think he was gonna survive at 140. All 5'3" of them with no jab, only a hook puncher. It's not hard to develop a gameplay if you can outlast that, and you could take his power. You saw what Ryo did to him. So, yeah. Mark, if Naoya versus Nakatani fight happens next year, and many, regardless of what result, I hope Inoue moves up straight at 126, fighting for the world title. I believe he can beat all champions. Only 6'1" Espinoza is a threat. I couldn't said it better, Mark. I couldn't have said it better. I don't think anymore Naoya Inoue will have problems with any of those guys. I think he'll wipe Nick Ball down. I think he'll beat them all. Stephen Kubo Fulton better not raise his hand. You seen that kind of ass whooping he took the first time. You better keep going out after Shasi Foster. The only one is Espinoza. And there's a part of me that thinks that Espinoza's being too tall is going to be his downfall. He has too much torso. How is he going to hide all that torso from a body punching snatcher, soul snatcher like Naoya Inoue? Naoya Inoue is going to step in the ring with him, and he's going to look right at his waist-side. Espinoza's not going to be able to hide that from him. Where the hell is he going to hide all that shit? Naoya Inoue is vicious, bro. He's vicious. And he fought guys that are way taller than him. No one 6'1", 5'10", yes. Jamie McDonald, Yo Boy, the French dude, they were tall. They were tall fighters. Some of the tallest he's ever fought. No one 6'1", though. 5'10" is close enough. And he took 5'10" out in one round. Not one round, a minute and something. Because he never even made it out the round. Giving him one round, I'd have to give him credit for the entire round. No, he didn't last a few seconds when Naoya Inoue at 5'10". And not losing a fight after 10 years. And being the champion for 4 years. And never being knocked out in your career. None of that shit mattered. Because Naoya Inoue introduced him within one round to all that shit. Here, let me help you out with that. No, let me knock you out, take away your belt, and show, like this man's incredible. Mr. Miyagi. Let's go. Miyagi's dropping the love today. He dropped the super chat today. There has been two ways that... Hold on, let me take that off. There has been two ways that have been shown that you can beat Canelo. One, slip and counter, but you need the gas tank. Yeah, because that's like you're gonna, like in spades and cards, you gotta cut and pull. Cut and pull. You got to be able to cut and pull, man, if you guys know what that means. And you got to have the gas tank. Yeah, that's kind of true. All right. Do it with 12 rounds and 2 volumes of punches. Well, great. Yeah, distance management. Um, that is the perfect plan. I believe. That is the perfect plan. You're gonna have to keep the distance management part. You're gonna have to give Saul Canelo Alvarez something to respect you by. You know, you're gonna have to get his attention. Uh, and you're gonna have to stay focused for 36 minutes, bro. You can't fall asleep behind the wheel. If he sees you laggy-gagging or trying to take a round off he's gonna attack you. Saul can read anybody in the ring taking a round off. If you try to take a round off in front of Saul, he's too much of a master of a boxer not to recognize that. He knows his moments very well. He knew when Jaime Munguia was too close and he hit him with that uppercut. He knew when Edgar Berlanga was going to come out of that high guard and he snapped him. He's an intelligent fighter, Saul. All these subtle things and reads he makes in the ring. So, yeah, absolutely. I don't think that uh Terrence could fall asleep at any point in this fight and, no, and get away with it. And I think that Saul Canelo Alvarez is ready and preparing himself to bounce on Saul Canelo Alvarez if the opportunity presents itself. Yeah, that's why you see him so skinny, weight cut. That snack pack is really helping everybody, huh? Sign me up for the snack. I need some of that snack. Yo, see, but if I was to drink the snack shit or take it, I don't think that the shit that they're selling in the store, I don't believe it. I don't think that the shit they're selling in the store on the shelves is the same thing they're drinking, right? I don't think it might not be the same concoction. I want that fucking real snack connect. Let me get that connect. Yo, listen, people are funny, right? They like accuse me of they watch me working out and they accuse me of being on steroids and shit. And they must think like I frown on that shit. I've never taken a steroid or PE in my life. But in my age right now, why would I like I I wouldn't do it to cheat against my fight and against OC the boss. I think that would be a shitbag move. I wouldn't like that. But if I was just working out for myself and I just wanted to stay in shape for myself, just walking a everyday life on my age, why not? Brother, I would take that shit in front on a live every day and show you how to take it with me and be like, Snack's the best. And fucking, because I'm not an athlete. I'm not competing. I'm not cheating against. Who am I cheating against? Myself? They make shit like that for people to take. And the people that don't compete and that are not in professional sports can take it on a daily basis with no shame in the world. Who are you calling me a cheater to? Brother, I could be all hocked up on everything in the world. And if you walk up on me in the street and I whoop your ass, so what? What are you gonna fucking steroid test me for a street fight? Bro, I would pop so many steroids and PEs, they would be pouring out of my nose and ears. I'd be up here I'd be like a spokesperson for steroids. Yo, check this out. Right? Right. I don't at my age, I wouldn't give a fuck at this point. Like, I'm not trying to, so people are funny. They're like, yo, you take it like I would deny it. Like I would be embarrassed to say, yeah, I'm taking a PE or motherfucker. I would brag about it. I'd be like, yo, check out this PE this week. I'm taking this one. I'd be up here. Yeah. Like, I don't give no, I'm not embarrassed about that shit. I would never be embarrassed about that. If you're embarrassed about something, then you shouldn't do it. Like people when they do drugs, if you don't want to be called a crackhead, then don't smoke crack, motherfucker. Right? If you don't want to be called this, then don't do it. But if I think if you embrace what you do, Don't be fake by it. Fuck that shit. If I don't want, then I'll stop smoking fucking crack. If I don't want to fucking be called that, then I'll stop doing that. But if you say, yo, you're doing steroids and shit, if you think I'm the type of person that would be fake and say, no, I don't do steroids. I would brag about it, bro. I'll be drumming. Ah, look, yo, bro, yo, I'd be triple my size right now. But unfortunately, I've never lived in a steroid world. To be honest with you guys, like I've heard a lot of stories about steroids. I really don't know what it looks like. Like like when you see the articles and stuff, and back in the days, it was this little vial. It was like clear, and it had like that little hospital thing where they put the syringe through and it doesn't leak, like them little. And then I saw Anabol 50s in a magazine. They were white pills. So I was a little confused. I was like, okay. And then I was like, oh, so that's the pill version to the whatever they shoot in their ass. Then, like later on, I started finding out there was just hundreds and hundreds of different types of steroids. Then PEs, performance enhancing drugs, came along. Then those were the ones that were like floating under steroids. They were like just illegal to be under a steroid, but work like a steroid, but say that you're not a steroid. We're a different thing. We're called so all that shit. But I never met a steroid dealer in my life. I just, and I would be too scared to order it off the internet, right? You guys wouldn't be stupid like that, buy something off the internet and really shoot that shit in your ass, right? Without definitely know that you've ever worked with him or that source is real, or like you guys would actually do that. You would order some shit and really take it. I'd be scared as fuck. So, I couldn't do none of that. So, um, you know, I don't know how to work that shit, but like uh I don't have anything to hide. I don't know why people keep saying that. Like they keep saying to me like, "Yo, when you work out, you look like you're on this, or you took this, or when you go to OC the boss with the fight, why don't you take that or this?" And I'm just like, you guys, man, I wish I had like some knowledge on it and shit. But if you think I'd be embarrassed to say, man, like, you don't know me. You don't know me, man. I'll be yelling it from a rooftop. Look at this shit I got. This shit got me going like this. Yo, I'll be bragging it, yo. But I don't know. Some people are ashamed of what they do. Mm. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody ain't gonna admit what they do, I guess. I don't know. What was that, brother? Skills, ways, what? Let's read this. Skills wise, Bud has changed the only way his fight will. Yeah, favorite Canelo is he. Wade also great fighters in his last. Mayweather, we go Cotto, Golovkin 3 times, Jacobs, Mosley. Yeah, a lot of great fighters. What's up? What's more toxic? Using mental awareness. Yeah, that's the thing though. I can't really say that Floyd Mayweather ran around Saul Canelo Alvarez in their fight. If you go back and watch the Saul Canelo Alvarez against Floyd Mayweather Jr., Floyd Mayweather Jr. stood right in front of him the entire fight. Maybe like the last round, he like circled out, kept circling. But I dare you, go back and watch that fight with Canelo and Floyd. Floyd was making Canelo miss big, bro. Like it was just a bunch of sequences of and then pop, 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 pop. Mayweather stood right in front of Canelo. He outboxed him. He taught that young man at that time when Canelo was 23 years old a very, very valuable boxing lesson. That's why in this fight, when I talk about how prestigious Terence Crawford's O is, that undefeated O he has, how prestigious it is to take that away from him, don't let him retire undefeated type shit, is just as prestigious as if Terence Crawford was to beat Saul, he would beat a better version of Saul than Floyd beat. Floyd didn't beat the version of Saul Canelo Alvarez that Terence Crawford is fighting. No. This version of Terence Crawford is way more battle tested, way more decorated, way more accomplished as a fighter than 23-year-old Saul Canelo Alvarez that had one belt. You understand? He has all 4 belts right now. The experience, and he became undisputed 2 times in that weight division at 168. The experience and accomplishment of this version of Saul is a lot better than the 23-year-old version Floyd fought. And it's going to be a better victory for Terence. Yes. Yes, it is. Terence going to beat the better version of the Saul Canelo Alvarez them 2 brothers fought. But it's due in part to the beginning and the ass whooping Floyd Mayweather put on him first. And let's remember that when Floyd Mayweather in Mexico, they're in their little pissing contest, that Mayweather did take Saul Canelo Alvarez's that one thing I talked to you, but that's real prestigious. Floyd took it away from him. So how can the Mexicans repay the Americans back on that? Take away their Terence Crawford's. If I can't retire undefeated, neither will you. That old Terence got is fucking prestigious, bro. My man, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. $20 super chat. Yo, bro, how are you? You know, locking in, thinning out, getting my weight down for the fight. I was a little round. My face was a little round and shit. I got like a little bit of abs and shit going on. I'm not getting crazy. But it's really time to lock down right now. Time and thank you for supporting, dropping that super chat on your boy here. Thank you for showing the love. And this is gonna all help me in getting that one more fight. This is what I would like to do. I hope everything goes well in the fight. I hope me and my opponent are the best training, and I hope we both show up to the fight, win, lose, or draw. I want to thank him for taking the fight. And I want to thank the people that are putting the event together, like TBV, Ness, Border Wars. I never thought I was going to get an opportunity to have a fight that would be televised and that a lot of people would get to see my fight. I've had amateur fights before. I've even had a Golden Gloves under my belt, but no one saw those fights. They weren't televised. And the closest thing I ever got was a newspaper clipping. That was it. So I thought I was going to go to my grave with never actually fighting a televised fight. And because of events like this, it allows us to live a little, dream a little for older gentlemen as myself. So, and it also allows us to test ourselves, where we are in our fight like that. So please join me November 8th as I get prepared to fight in Border Wars. And the fight will be streamed on YouTube. So you guys will be able to see it. It will be filmed on Ness's platform, TBV. And as I get closer to the fight, I'm going to prepare myself the best I can. And yeah, that's what I've heard. That's why it makes it more realistic. Is that Cardenas has got new boxing shoes with Japan's riders on it? Yo, listen, he made himself with that fucking punch, bro. I think it's gonna be under the zone. I'm not sure. Um, Japan, if you're out there towards the UK, it's gonna be the zone. That was definite. But for the United States, I wonder if the zone's gonna cover that too. There's another streaming platform that's filming it for Japan, which is not the zone. But for the American side, what they're saying is you would have to contact your local network provider. Meaning in my area, the only people that provide us cable is Spectrum. We only have one in my area. We can't pick anybody else. They have like a monopoly in my area. Yeah. So where that in other cities you have multiple platforms to choose from a network provider that can provide you cable because it's not a pay-per-view fight, it's a free fight on television. It will be televised. So whatever city you're in, they're asking you to contact your network provider to see the Naoya Inoue fight so that you know where and where to go. You see? So unless it's a streaming platform, big like the zone that finalizes, takes it all, and Top Rank does that because as we know, Top Rank lost their rights with ESPN. And they no longer have Naoya Inoue rights. So yeah. If Bud pulls it off instead of Floyd, Bud. Let me read this correctly. I'm going to pull this up on the screen. Maybe she was jumping around a little bit too. But what are you saying? If Bud pulls it off instead of Floyd, Bud could beat in 2013. A younger, more athletic Canelo who was more proven than Boots in 2025. Okay, Canelo is a bit older, but still use Boots as a sparring partner. Well, Canelo had other sparring partners, like he had that Cuban fighter that came down, and he also had Boots. But I think what he's trying to imitate with Boots is the Black American slick style. He's trying to, I don't think that Boots and Terrence Crawford fight the same at all. But being flashy, flamboyant style, like and being quick, it's a different style, but similar in a way. I don't think you have to teach Saul Canelo Alvarez how to fight. What you need to do is push him. If you can chase down a younger fighter, an athletic fighter, and do good against them, then you should be able to chase down Terrence Crawford. So I think that they're using it kind of like that method. They're going in and saying, well, Canelo, Jerron Boots Ennis is supposed to be kind of like the next best thing. He's revered as a phenom, this, that, and the third, remarkable talent. Well, if you could beat on that guy and Terrence did not fight him, then we'll feel more comfortable going into the Terrence fight. So let's bring in Jerron Boots Ennis and let's see how we do against him in sparring. Whatever the answer was with that, the results, and we'll go from there. One way One-way street. I got Bud. That's all he says. I got Bud. I hear you, brother. I'm happy for Cardenas. His career skyrocketed after Naoya fight. I hope Cardenas will be a champion at 122 or 126 in the near future. I like his career, like, you know, how it took off. I just don't like his next opponent. They're in negotiation to talk with Junto Nakatoni, bro. You mean to tell me you fought Naoya Inoue and now Ramon Cardenas, you would go into a fight against Junto when Junto's coming up to 122? And since you went against Naoya Inoue, they want to see how they fare against you. And as an opponent, their camp is interested in fighting you. Now, whether or not this fight comes to fruition and they work this out, that time will tell. But Roman Cardenas, my man, he's not going to say no, man. Roman Cardenas is a fucking warrior. He's not going to back down, bro. If he didn't back down from Naoya anyway, and he was like, yep, I'll go, he'll fight Junto in a heartbeat. They're just as dangerous, but Junto's not Naoya anyway. He might be good, flashy, but if you had the balls to go in and fight Naoya anyway, why wouldn't you fight Junto? We don't know the kind of fighter that Junto's going to turn out to be. He's turning into that now. He's in that process. He could be as dominant as Naoya anyway, but we don't know that just yet. He has 3 divisions, yeah, but still, he's not on Naoya Inoue's level. No, I can't. He's the next shiny new thing, and I can see where people fall in love real fast, but I think they become a prisoner of the moment. You watch Naoya Inoue fight, then you don't watch him for a little while, and you see Junto come out and start knocking people out like the Maloney brothers with that brutal ass knockout. All of a sudden, people are like, he's gonna beat Naoya Inoue. He's gonna beat him. Man, I don't know about that. What's up, Mr. Miyagi? You the man, bro. Mr. Miyagi's dropping the love today with another super chat in the building. Super chat $10. Edwin, did you know that Nishida was what? What? It's a possibility. Roman Cardenas can knock out Junto. You seen he dropped Naoya anyway. Mr. Miyagi. What if Roman Cardenas pulls that off in December and knocks out Junto Nakatoni? Would that disrail the new Junto Nakatoni and Naoya Inoue showdown? 100%. If he can't get past Roman Cardenas, you can kiss that Naoya Inoue fight right out the window. In December, Naoya Inoue is going down a Riyadh season, right? So that fight's going to be out there for them. They've already announced that. Opponents with Naoya Inoue at this point, subject to change. Subject to change. I already know that. I know the man that he is, and I know that people will pull out on his fights or not take the fight altogether. It's going to be tough. I talked about that. I said it's going to be tough eventually to get Naoya Inoue a big fight. It's going to be tough for him. So, yeah, absolutely. Yo, Mark, you be saying some crazy shit sometimes. You be saying some good shit. You be saying some crazy shit. You be saying some off the wall shit sometimes. What the hell makes you think he'd be more dangerous than Naoya Inoue at 122. You do know, Mark, that there's a version of moving up that you lose power, that you lose speed. Not every guy that moves up gets stronger, faster, quicker. Not every guy that moves up is Hashivir, the one that fought Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shari. Not every fighter turns into him. There's fighters like Donito Donaire that were very dominant until they moved up and got stopped. When you move up in weight, doesn't always translate or mean that you get stronger. That can work against you. That's something we have to see if you start to acclimate to the division correctly. And you didn't bite off too much more than you can chew early. Right? So just because Juncho moved from 118 to 122, all of a sudden he's going to be better than Naoya Inoue? What happened when Naoya Inoue moved up from 118 to 122? I'll tell you what happened. He got all 4 belts in 6 months. Tell Junto to do that. 6 months from entering the division, he already had all 4 belts. Naoya Inoue got 8 belts in 1 calendar year. 8 belts within 1 year's time span. He fights 4 times a year. Check this out, guys. Watch this. Here, I'm going to pull this up right here. All right. When I say that Naoya Inoue fights 4 times a year, right? And you're going to go back and you're going to look on his box rec. And this is what you're going to see. I don't know, where can we start? Let's start, how about here? Stephen Kubo Fulton. Now, for example, here's the date of their fight. 2023, 7/25, right? 7/25, 2023. You're going to see that the next fight is probably going to be, okay, 2023. The next fight is going to be 2024. Then the next fight is 2024. Now, you're going to say, but Edwin, didn't you say that he fights 4 times a year? I see right here in 2024, he only has 2 fights. I see here in 2023, he only has 2 fights. Well, that can't be further from the truth. Because if you just paid attention and you looked at this, you're going to realize the truth will be revealed. Just because the years overlap doesn't mean he didn't fight in a year's span. Check it out. 2023, 7/25. What would be the 4th fight? It's probably going to end up like this because I already know this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 3. That's 1 year and 2 months. Within 1 calendar year, he fought 4 times. The years might overlap each other. That's still only 1 year. Let's try it again. Anywhere on his thing, you're going to end up doing this. I'm trying to tell you. Okay, look. Okay, let's do it from his last fights. Okay, 2025, 5-4. 2025, 1. 2024, 9. Right here is perfect. Luis Pantera Nari, he fought him 2024, 5-6. Right? And the year is 2024. 2024, that's only 2. The next one is 2025. That would be 3, and this would be 4. But if you look at the dates, he fought him 2024, 5-6. 2025, 5-4. 1 year and 2 days shy from fighting Roman Cardenas in 1 calendar year, 12 months. Do you see? That's 4 times a year. Their years don't start on the 1st of January. You understand? So a boxer's years can overlap. So when somebody says, Edwin said he fought 4 times a year, it's clearly here on box record, 2025, 2025, 2024, but you're not doing the math. The years might overlap, but it's a year. He's fighting 4 times a year. You could do that throughout his entire career. The only time he actually fought in one calendar year 4 times is when he started off on the month. That was like in the very beginning of his career. Hold up. We're here anyway. We can just look it up. Naoya Inoue, there he is. That's the man. Okay. Like right here. 2012, 2013. He fought 2013, 2013, 2013, 2013. See? Here, the year started on the 1st. 2013, he started on the 1st month. If his fight started on the 1st month every year, he would fight like this 4 times a year. The entire 2013, he fought 4 times a year. Look, 2013, 1-5. 2013, 3 months later, 2013, 8. 4 months later, that's actually like 4 months, but it's a little closer. But 4 months, and look at the end of the year, 2012. You see? And he does this every year. The corona epidemic really messed up his schedule because that's how he was trying to do it. So don't get confused when you go see the dates. Just do the math. You'll see he's fighting 4 times a year. 100%. See? It's easy. Just do a little research. You know, I've heard dudes come, no, I wouldn't say he's fighting 4 times a year. That's a lie. Look, only 2 in 2025, 2 in 2024. Just do your fucking homework, bro. You know? So, Mr. Miyagi with the 5 Damn, Mr. Miyagi, killing. I agree with you, Sir Edwin. Naoya is the best fighter in Japan right now. Also, Nakatani just recently moved up to at 122, so I can't tell you now how he performs. He hasn't had any fights there yet, right? So the big thing is highlight. Yeah, I don't know when a guy maxes out. Everybody's different. I don't know. I can only, Mr. Miyagi with the 5-piece. Donaire said he felt the difference when he moved up from 118 to 122. He felt the difference. Yes. Not every guy acclimates or responds to the division the same. Not every guy moves up that was so dominant. My world champion, my guy with Fero Gomez, 100% knockout ratio, 100% knockout ratio in title fights, 100% knockout ratio leading into his fight against Salvador Sanchez that he only moved up 1 division from 122 to 126, and he got destroyed with 100% knockout ratio going into that fight on all foes, meaning all fights before he got the world title and all fights after the world title. Everybody he knocked out. You can't get stronger than that. That guy moved up 1 weight division and got destroyed. And I mean destroyed. His own mother didn't recognize him. He got a worser beating than Errol Spence Jr. He looked better. Errol Spence Jr. looked better than him after their fight. Yep. So every time moving up to 1 weight division, another weight division, that's why that shit is tough. That shit is real hard to do. And we're asking Terrence Crawford to not jump up 1, but 3. Because I never considered him a real 154-pounder fighting 1 fight in the division. He might have fought a champion, but still, you only beat 1 guy, man. So you're actually a 147-pounder in my eyes. That's 3 weight divisions. You see what I'm saying? So, and we're asking guys that had 100% knockout ratio throughout their entire career move up 1 and get destroyed. And then there's fighters like Hamza Shari that comes in and beat the bigger guy. So not everybody are the same. I think that Junto's height favors him. I think that he's good for the division. Actually, his name and everything, it'll bring, you know, I think Junto will be a champion once Naoya Inoue leaves. But as long as Naoya Inoue holds all four of those belts, the only way you can become a champion, all roads lead to him. You're gonna have to beat him. There's no other champions in the division. Junto moving now into the division because he's preparing for their next showdown. I know that they already saying around the world that Naoya Inoue has already signed his next fight, and he's going to fight that Mexican dude, David Allen Picasso, out in Riyadh season, and that's. But I think that boxing has a tendency of changing, and money can create fights. And if Junto is now in 122, I think they're going to go for that Naoya Inoue fight. He's probably going to take a shot at it. And what would you rather see as a paying customer? Would you rather see Naoya Inoue fight Junto Nakatoni or Naoya Inoue fight David Allen Picasso? Who would you rather see him fight? And I'm bold enough to say I think I don't think I know that Junto fight would be way better. I'm not thinking it. I want the Junto fight before I'll take that Allen David Picasso fight. Salvador was a badass. He was a remarkable fighter. What if, huh? What if? I think he would have been the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. That 19-year-old kid just knew shit about fighting. You didn't have to teach him, train him. He was born to fight. Salvador Sanchez. He knew things about distance management, angles and punches, very subtle movement, make you look stupid. He knew things about fighting that the legends knew. It would have been an honor to watch that young man develop as a fighter. It would have been truly an honor to watch him fight, you know? So, but we'll never know because he died. He died in a car accident young. I think he died like at the age of 23. I mean, he beat my champion real early in his life and his career. He beat him. I don't this right here. So, I agree with you, sir. When Naoya Inoue has the best fight in Japan right now. Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah. I agree too. Salute to everybody. Salute, Richard. How you doing? Yeah, man. Yeah, I read that. He's a badass. I can't say anything about that. Uh, that would have been a real interesting because even though that young man died, um, I'm not sure if anybody would agree with me, but I do have the right to say this. I have the right as a fighting fan. I have the right to say this right now. And for a split second, I thought I didn't have the right to say this, but I can. I think Sergio Sanchez would have been the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. And I'm going out on a limb here. Like if you guys don't like what I just said as a Mexican, if I offended anybody, I'm sorry. I think he was better than Julio Cesar Chavez. I said it. I said it. I think he was better than Oscar De La Hoya. I said it. We'll never actually get to know it. I just feel it in my gut. I know what I was watching. He was special. That was a special fighter right there. I knew what I was watching because my guy was special. My guy was. And if you can do that to him, the way my guy was counter punching everybody with Felo and Gomez, The way that he was setting people up with the combinations, the 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 things he understood about fighting, and you were that much better than him? No. I think you were gonna be a special kind of fighter kid. And let's not forget his age when he fought my fighter, how old he was, how young he was. He was doing this as a kid. He's 19 years old, bro. What are you talking about? He's 20 years old doing this shit. And, I don't want to offend anybody, but because I know a lot of people love Saul and love Canelo, and they think that those guys and your Barreras and your I get it. There's a lot of great Mexican fighters, bro, and I don't want to offend anybody, man. I'm not Mexican, bro, but I got the right to say it, man. I think Sergio would have. He would have went down as the best in my eyes, man. I really think that. I do, because I knew what I was watching. He understood things that were just. How much better would he have gotten? Jesus Christ. He would have been a multiple division world champion. He's not even Puerto Rican. I just keep it 100. I don't give a fuck what you are nationality. If I see your skills like that, you guys see me how I am with Naoya. In a way, I'm not prejudiced to a fighter because of it. Now, no. I want to see who the greatest fighter in the world is and what he looks like. I'm gonna call it the way I think I see it, the way I believe it is. I don't think Julio Cesar Chavez would have went down as arguably if he would have been alive. That kid. Sorry if I offended anybody, but that's my opinion. That's why opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, you know. But that was a remarkable talent that was cut short. He was taken away from us short in boxing, man. Damn, man, I would have loved to see that fucking rematch against with Phil Gomez. I wanted to see that rematch. He beat my guy, and then. But shout out to the love of competition in the sport. Shout out to the purists of the fighters that honor and respect their equal. Shout out to Rafael Gomez, man, that after he died, he made a party every year to celebrate Sergio Sanchez so that nobody forget his name. For over like 15 years or so. You guys do know that, right? In Puerto Rico, not a Mexican did this. A Puerto Rican that lost to him, that his own mother didn't recognize him after the fight. Out of respect for that warrior that he lost, he met his foe and he knew it. And he wasn't going to let the world forget his name. Every year he threw a party to commemorate him. On the same date and same time, and send his mom or them people some money and shit over there and shit. And this is all off of a loss from getting your ass whooped. How sacred is fighting? That it can humble the even of cocky, of arrogant, of men. That right there, that is honor. That kind of fighting pride and respect, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. And although Wilfredo Gomez's stories get sad as he got older, alcohol, drugs, women, shit like that, and maybe a piece of him died when Sergio died. He was like, damn, I met my foe, and now without him, that's just like Batman without the Joker. If the Joker was to die, Batman be like, what the fuck, bro? What is it? The Riddler's boring as shit. Like, all the other bad guys ain't his equal. The only one that make Batman fucking think like that was the Joker, right? You need your nemesis, man. And when your nemesis was cut short and you didn't have a chance to, damn, you didn't give me a chance to run that back. maybe a part of you, you know. Boxing is sacred, man. It's holy. It really is. It's really a, it's a lot deeper than just punching somebody in the face, man. I've gotten so much respect from people, and from other fighters throughout my years of fighting them. I used to think this one dude, I'm not gonna say his name. I thought he was a straight biatch, right? And I didn't respect him at all. I thought he was soft as hell, bro. I fought this dude. He fought me to the death. I was like, bro, you got your ass whooped by everybody else in the neighborhood. But when you fight me like if you were like Bruce Lee. And he got my respect. He got my respect. You know, I've got my respect in the ring, outside of the ring. But until you showed me, or I showed you that I would fight you, like there's a lot of times a lot of people underestimated me because they was like, he's a pretty boy. Because it took me until I was 21 to even grow a mustache. I always had like a baby face. So that's been my MO my entire life. My entire life. They always, man, you a pretty motherfucker. You ain't okay. Like I tell everybody, I can't stop you from doing something. I can't stop you from if you think you're gonna bring that bully mentality, I'm a grown ass man, bro. That was me doing that shit. If you think any man, brother, I am a. Do you bleed? Are you a human being? I I can't stop you from walking upon me. Nope, can't stop you. I'm not the toughest person in the world. I've lost plenty of fights. I'm not. That's a lie, but I just want to make myself look because I'm not. But I also don't go picking fights with the biggest, toughest motherfuckers neither because I'm not stupid, right? So, but yeah, I've been jumped before. I've never been really approached like that in my hood or whatever, in my neighborhood, because I made a mark, a name for myself, I guess, early, you would say. Um, and it's always good where you're from because they already know what you're capable of. But when you go out to other places and shit, I can't never stop nobody from but I can promise you one thing. You started, I'll finish it. You want to act crazy? I'll show you crazy. Whatever, however level of craziness, my father always taught me this. Whatever level of craziness you go, remember, I'm gonna go 2 times higher than you're crazy. I'll show you. Wherever you want to take it, whatever level you want to go, I will make sure that I will out crazy you. That's all I can do. It's all I can do. However you take it, my sole purpose, like if you went and did some crazy shit and threw something through a window or smashed something or just jumped on me or whatever, well, then my crazy has to be probably body slam you on your forehead, kick you in the back of the head until your teeth cave into the ground, take your hand out, put it in this position right here, and then stomp on your hand where I can smash these part of your knuckles so that when you do get up, you only have one hand. If you couldn't beat me with two, you're not going to beat me with one. If you want to act up from there, I'll teach you another lesson in life. But that's how it has to be, right? Uh, I mean, that's how I was always like. That way, they don't fuck with you no more. Um, for everybody else that's looking on, just make sure that they remember you. That's all, right? That's what a fight's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fight where that I pop and you say, okay, I give up and I let you walk away. No, if you made the decision to try to attack me, I'm gonna make sure you don't ever make that decision again. You want to take it anywhere else from there, we can do that too. We can go as high as you want to go. That's how I feel. Because I'm not gonna be bullied by anybody. But I've also learned not to bully anybody. Just because you can do something shouldn't mean you do something. I will never today go around trying to intimidate somebody. For what? For what? But I'm prepared to defend myself. Yes. And I will defend myself. It's always going to be me above you. I have a handicapped daughter that can't use her legs or arms. I'm coming home to her. That is my sole purpose in life. If you make me nervous in any way or think in any sense that you're going to prevent me from coming home to her, I'm going to show you. I'm going to treat you like a severe threat, and I'm going to do everything in my power to take you down, like viciously, because you're trying to take me away from mine, trying to take me away from my little girl. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to turn into that person. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to be hurt. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I will fucking stomp you out right there. Yeah, I don't want to say I would walk away from everything. I wish I was that smart, man. Oh my god! Once I get started, it's fucking. That's why my wife doesn't want me to go out much, right? Uh, I still think I'm 17. Like, why the fuck would I be rolling around with these guys at this age? Like, I don't want to do that shit. But I have to learn when I get started. I gotta like stop, man. I'm not this young kid anymore, man. I'm really not. Um, and I wouldn't want to fight anybody. That's why I'm taking a boxing match because that's what I want to do. You know. Um, but life's like that, huh? I'm sure none of us wanna. All of us want to go home to our kids at night and our wives or our life. But sometimes shit happens. Sometimes there's ignorant people in this world. I can't stop ignorant people from coming up to me like, "Hey, ain't you round one, man? And you know what? I'll fight you." Like, dude, like, what makes you think just because I take a boxing match, I can fight everybody in the world, right? But no, I'm not the toughest person in the world, but I will defend myself. I will defend myself. You know, if I have to. If I have to, I have to. That's it. You know, and my job is to make it back home to my little girl. That is it. And of course, to drink my mate. Mm. I can't do without this tea now. It's a bitter taste though. It's like an eccentric taste. Like this is not like that fucking tea. It's this fucking strong shit with no sugar and shit. Like you can't really pour sugar in that, right? I guess maybe there's like some melting kind of sugar, powdered sugar. Yeah, that's right. You could probably use that shit. The shit like they use in what's that place my girl goes to drink her coffee? I'd be like, yo, those coffee prices like crack. That's crack prices. Um, fucking what's that little coffee place everybody goes to? Starbucks. She goes to Starbucks to buy this. Whenever I pull up with her and I hear her say the kind of coffee, I just like, where the fuck are we going in this world, bro? That coffee makers had to make this much shit to go in. She's like, can I get the cold foam, but I want it whipped with the foam sauce and the blah, 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 and the caramel, and then I want you to shake it, not stirred. And then do you got beans from the left side of Cuba, not the right side? Because I don't like the, you're like yo, what the fuck are you? I can't, bro. That coffee mumble jumble shit. They're in the window. You should hear some of these orders. I'm like, I had, bro. It's like they're fucking standing there on third base in a World Series, and they're like this, ordering a coffee. I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? Right? So, like, like it's shit like that. I be laughing. Canelo goes to put some bud in his grinder and smoke that blunt. He's gonna smoke the bud pack. Jesus. He gonna be puffing on some bud pack? Well, we'll see. I don't know if Canelo's a smoker. He might choke on that shit. Huh? Mm. All right, fight fans. I'm gonna lock this in. My wife wants to talk to me. She came home from work. Listen, you guys have been the best. And we have some big fights to talk about. So listen, I will be live streaming the Bud Canelo Alvarez fight, and I will be going live for the Naoya Inoue fight. Join me, fight fans. We'll be going on tomorrow. I have to get some of this work in, and I'll see you guys then. Thank you for subscribing to Round One Sports Talk. If you haven't already, I encourage you to subscribe, give the videos a like, and become a Round One Sports Talk member. So, fight fans, I'm on to the next one after this one here at Round One Sports Talk. You guys have been amazing. I'm glad to be your host. Good night. Thank you for all the super chats, Mr. Miyagi. You guys are all the best.